All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Paidia Cup Valorant matchmaking season sponsored by Xbox. We have a 9-week-long season hosted by Esports U that allows women Valorant teams to compete with other teams who are online and ready to play. All teams who play in 5 or more matches at the end of the season will compete in a double elimination final bracket for their shot at securing a spot in a show match during the CECC finals from May 7th. And that in itself is exciting because this is something different that we haven't seen before. I'm Gompers. I'm joined here on the desk by my lovely co-caster here, Spicy, and I'm excited to get started.
Old habits die hard, Gompers, but I'm looking forward to getting started as well. As a reminder to you guys, this tournament is powered by PaidiaGaming.com. Anyone with a free account on PaidiaGaming.com is able to sign up for tournaments, host tournaments, play in matchmaking seasons, and much more. We encourage you guys to check it out, especially if you are part of the women's marginalized gendered scene here in Valorant. You guys can get involved with this cup as well. But Gompers, without further ado, we do have a best of 3 matchup coming up tonight.
Yes, and the thing is that this is the first matchup that we're going to be able to see out of the Paidia Cup. So, you know, when you think about it, we're also kind of getting to know these teams as well. We also have some interviews coming up at the end that you guys can listen in on, which is going to be super exciting. And, you know, really just making that conversation and making those relationships with these players is something that I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, and I think what's super cool is that normally within the collegiate scene, you're kind of stuck with playing within your own school, right? But for this event, for this series, you have the opportunity to play with your friends across the whole region. So you can sign up with some buddies that you don't necessarily go to the same college with and figure things out as you go there. Gives that added flexibility as well. But today, to kick things off, Gompers, we do have Powerpuff Girls versus Buckeye Gaming.
All right. I mean, I'm loving the name already, right? And in terms of who we're seeing on those teams, that is something that, again, right, we're going to be able to get to understand the play styles of these players as we go on, as this is a new initiative. These are going to be newer types of players that we probably haven't seen before within the Game Changer scene or, you know, maybe just in general down in VCT. It is something that I feel like we're going to be able to see that development of that competitive scene start to grow, whether it be in the collegiate scene or whatnot. So again, right, like this is the time to really watch what's going on. This is the time to see what new players are going to start really just stepping out and making a name for themselves.
Oh, for sure. But we do have our map picks and bans just about ready for you guys. So we're going to see which maps they ended up going with here. And right off the bat, Split and Lotus bans out. First pick is going to be Ascent for Buckeye Gaming. There, I believe Powerpuff Girls starting on the defense first. What are your thoughts on that, Gompers?
Well, I guess, you know, for Powerpuff Girls, obviously, this feels like it has to be that comfort pick. I think on defense, though, if you're going to play on Ascent defense, you got to have a Killjoy. That might also just be me. But with the Chamber coming out of the meta, right, Killjoy taking space, I really do think that playing on that defense, if you're not getting aggressive, you need a Killjoy on your team.
That is valid, but I believe there is also a patch that just rolled out for Killjoy, so that turret actually has 25 less health. So on pistol rounds, going to be a little less potent. You're going to be able to shoot that out pretty quickly, but for map 2, we've got Icebox, and then this decider is going to actually be Fracture. And for that to be the actual end map here between these two teams surprises me quite a bit because I feel like Fracture can be so heavily one-sided. It's a very momentum-heavy map. The second you have that kind of drive behind you, it can be an easy roll, and for that reason, pretty volatile to leave at the deciding pick.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think Fracture is definitely one of those weird spots. I mean, some of us still confuse B and A, right? So, you know, we got to set that down as a fact right there. So, yeah, I mean, picking Fracture, you don't really see it too much in the competitive scene. You know, there was a time where the Neon was starting to come out and Fracture was being picked left and right, and everybody wanted to play Fracture, but I think we started settling down because we've realized at this point, Fracture, it's mid. And I say that wholeheartedly.
I actually enjoy Fracture as well. I just think it's risky to have it be like a decider kind of, especially in a situation where in this particular series, we're going to have a lot of those more puggy style teams coming in through, right? Buckeye Gaming, luckily, I believe nearly all members of this team do attend the same school. But for Powerpuff Girls, I'm pretty sure they're more of that puggy style where you're pulling and picking friends from all across the country and whatnot. But when it comes down to it, we do have to refocus back onto this first map before we get loaded in. Do you have any guesses as to the agents we'll see? Because Ascent so far, for the most part, is pretty tried and true.
Yeah, I feel like Ascent definitely has a set meta, unlike Fracture or, honestly, I think Icebox, there's still some tests being made, whether it be a Cypher or a Killjoy, but I think we're going to see some Killjoy, some Sova. I'm thinking an Astra. I'm feeling it. I don't really know if Omen or Brim has the same amount of importance that you could really put out there as an Astra player, unless you're using that paranoia for those entries. So, really, those three are my core. I'm keeping those three, and I'm putting them right here. The other two, they can go wild.
The other two, they can go wild. Okay, so that's really interesting. I mean, for controllers, I feel like nearly all of them have their place on Ascent. Really depends on playstyle a bit more. Like you mentioned, though, with the Astra pick, that relies a lot more on that communication within a team. Already kind of like built up synergy where you're going to be able to vocalize your utility usage and what you're looking for with your team at all times. Meanwhile, Omen, a bit more forgiving in the sense that he can kind of go off and do whatever he wants, right? Like, you're an Omen player, you're going to be able to smoke from largely anywhere across the map for the most part, and you can play a lot more solo in that kind of sense as well, play a bit more for yourself.
Yeah. Definitely one of the benefits of Omen is like you said, just being able to relax and kind of play that lurk for your team instead of having the Killjoy do so, and then not have that flank just because, you have to be within range of your util. So definitely one of those comforts that I feel like could definitely work out, especially with the ultimate. I feel like a lot of people don't talk about the importance of an Omen ult, and I do think it's extremely important for rotations. Imagine, right? Your team's stuck in a really bad position. The spike just went down. Your Omen has that TP. You can get the spike, go over towards A, and then have that full rotation committed while also clearing sites. So it's one of those things where it could really be a game changer and a pacing changer. So, again, we're thinking about the Astra and the Omen. Do I think I like the Astra a bit better? Yeah. All right. I'm going to be real with you, but it's because I really do like those gravity walls. I like the holds that Astra can commit to. And I mean, in general, who doesn't love an Astra?
That's true. That's true. We'll have to see with time what these teams end up going with as far as the competition goes. But I want to go back to the update that we had recently. We talked already about that Killjoy turret, but another big one to look out for, especially I think on Ascent, Icebox, and Fracture, is Raze, because she's a potent duelist across all three of those maps, having the satchels to entry in and whatnot. But now the Boombot timing has been cut in half. That's a really huge change and a pretty big nerf over towards Raze's entry ability, because you've got some lineups for Boombots that come out, right? And it takes the entirety of that amount of time to clear out those corners, but we've been cut down from 10 to 5 seconds now on its lifespan.
Yeah, that's going to make a big difference. It can't roam as far as it wants to, and I feel like that in itself is going to change up a lot of lineups that we see. Honestly, Breeze is gone, so probably not a Breeze lineup, coming from CT near to Hookah. I believe that's one of the lineups that we're seeing out of Raze. But yeah, a lot of changes, which, I mean, really just pleads into changing the character that you're playing as well, quite possibly. I mean, the Jet has been pretty prominent, I feel like, but on Ascent, like you said, right, that Raze is definitely something we've been seeing a lot more often. But I think that's why Riot wanted to dumb it down a bit, which sucks, because it's like, oh, the Chamber's out, he's really good, we're loving this, and then it's like nerf, and then it's the same thing for the Killjoy, and it's nerf, and at this point, I think we should all just 5-stack Arena. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, wait, hold on.
Replication.
We're in replication now. Just completely change the game modes. Just Reyna. Just play that solo pick here. But, I mean, the other change that we do have to talk about really quickly is going to be that lockdown as well, right? For Killjoy, now costing one additional ult point. It's an extremely strong ult. So it does make sense that they want to make it a little bit more costly, but it is really interesting because of the fact that, like you mentioned, ever since that Chamber nerf came out, a lot of Sentinel players have been leaning back over towards that KJ pick. So I'm curious, since it is technically day one of the patch, to see if teams have already decided, okay, let's try something else a little bit, or if they're still going to pick these comfortable agents being Raze and KJ on maps and kind of see how it hits then, because they really haven't had that much time to test it out yet.
Yeah. It's so different because, I mean, didn't that update just come out recently as well? Yeah. It's like you have to try to find a way to really work things around, especially since we're not playing in any other, right? I guess it's version of the game. So, you know, at this point, it's really just about those adaptations. Okay, well, this isn't working out. Let's see what we can do here, which, you know, is fun because at the same time that we're watching these players and we're getting to know them, they're also getting to know the enemy team, and they're also getting to know, you know, their opponents. And over time, maybe, you know, they'll scrim each other. They'll find, you know, just that back and forth of what they can do, what they can't, and then really put that into their fundamentals and start moving forward throughout this whole entire tournament of this 9-week stage. So when we think about it, I mean, overall, it's an exciting storyline already starting off. I mean, yeah, we've listed agents, and that's pretty much all we can go by right now, as we still do wait for that agent select. I apologize for the wait, but at the same time, you know, it really is so important. Even something as small as changing up 2 seconds worth or even one of a boom bot.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. I am looking forward to seeing, but we aren't going to have to wait too much longer. We are just about ready to head into game. We can see what agents both teams ended up deciding to pick. Do you have one to lock in right now, Gompers? If you have to say one agent that's going to be on the board, who is it going to be?
Sova, for sure.
Okay. Sova's been making a bit of a resurgence. I think, like, Fade came out. She got tinkered with a little bit. Fade's a super strong pick regardless, but lately I definitely have been seeing Sova creep back into the meta a little bit, and Fade falling off just slightly, really depending on if they are going for, like, maybe those Season 8 combos or if somebody's super confident in their Shock Dart lineups.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think we've definitely seen Fade a lot more, although Sova Odin on Ascent, that's a staple.
It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad when it happens, though. Like, it might be a staple, but man, if you're picking Sova purely because of the Odin, you're playing for emotional damage, not to win rounds. Well, also to win rounds, but with the assistance of emotional damage, because I don't think there's anything more tilting.
So then I have emotional damage, is what I'm hearing.
What?
Because I prefer to play a Sova on Ascent simply for the Odin.
No, that means that you want to inflict emotional damage onto others.
Oh, so I don't have emotional damage.
It's part of...
Okay, that's good to know.
It's part of the mental game, because, like, not only is it just skill, not only is it strat calling, communication, being able to hit your shots in Valorant, it's also about the mental momentum, like the emotional side of it. Because if you get too in your head, or you start to get a little too tilted and annoyed and frustrated during the game, that usually starts to tank your performance.
Yeah, and that's when, honestly, it's like that experience, you know, if you've played ranked, hopefully you guys have. Why are you watching Valorant if you have not? No, I'm kidding. But if you have... I'm kidding. But if you have you know, played ranked or played unrated, and you know, you're really starting to get scared because the enemy side is just really hacking at you, and they're taking you down every time you peek. It just gets worse and worse, and from there you start to get scared to peek, and the potential that could have been just starts to really fade away. And that's one of the things that, like you said, Ash, like, super important. And I definitely do hope, you know, just because these teams are new, that these players aren't trying to play you know, maybe more laid back and trying to play those defaults instead of really just trying to aggress forward and try these new strats that they've been cooking up.
Ooh, well, like I said, we don't have to wait too much longer. Gomper is getting an extra close sneak peek at what we're going to be seeing. And right off the bat, we've got some KJ hovers. Melanie, Hovering over the Phoenix, though, that is something that I actually think it would be really fun to see come out.
I'm surprised that we are not seeing a Sova. I was like 99% sure that the Sova was coming out. I'm so used to seeing Sova in a competitive stance here on Ascent. And now that we're seeing some difference here, the Sky is a bit surprising to me. I mean, I haven't seen a Sky on Ascent in a very, very long time.
Honestly, Sky is a pretty good pick, especially if you're not really playing any other Flash agent, but I say that, and the Phoenix does end up getting locked in by Melanie here. So Nozomi on the Sky pick adds that ability to have a bit of extra sustain on the side of Powerpuff Girls with the help of the Overgrowth. But then looking over towards the side of Buckeye Gaming, we're seeing a Neon and Reina come out. So far, this is looking pretty unconventional.
I'm just... The composition in general is super surprising to me. Like, it kind of pulling out the Neon. In a map like Ascent, you gotta go really fast paced for the Neon. I think it's gonna be super hard to even hit those stuns in exacted positions just because of how big the map is for those entries. I mean, you really just gotta corner in on one place and then try to make sure that you can at least secure that spot for a Neon. So, I mean, overall, really just using maybe your teammates' util to get that in through there, but playing on the attacking side as a Neon is going to be, I feel like, a bit difficult, although we're going to have to see. I mean, again, dependent on the playstyle of this team.
I think what's tough about Neon on Ascent is the fact that this map is kind of mid to small sized, right? On maps like Fracture, on maps like Haven, Neon is easily used to get timings on the other team for quick rotations and kind of taking the opposing team by surprise. But on Ascent, there are so many close quarters, you can hear the majority of the map from, you know, one side to the other. And so it's like, it's a bit easier to like catch a Neon off who's trying to get sneaky and trying to get aggressive in that kind of way to punish it.
You're gonna have to catch somebody off, though, in the beginning rounds here. You can already see at least a paint shell to throw back and push people back, but Qatar does a good job because Jess Wee goes down. So, I mean, you really lose that potential to try to get some more information there with any type of Prowler, really.
Yeah, and already a lot of respect coming out here towards this orbital smoke, the Sky smoke to be thrown down towards A. Rotation being called already here by Buckeye Gaming. Looking to re-clear towards the mid side. Nozomi is going to continue to peek and jiggle here in arches. But it's just a cut noise return situation here towards the A side as Cat looks to try to split up mid.
With a frenzy, though, that's a big dream. I mean, can't really shoot too far, but Qatar does good enough. Playing on that duelist, already making numbers for themselves. And they go down, but honestly, Ash, 3 to go down here in the pistol round might have just saved this team of PPG.
Yeah, Nozomi still looking to re-clear here towards arches. Sky Smoke has waited with the out. Good to earn 1, and now it's a 1v4 situation here for Toki.
Yeah, really unfortunate, too, because 35 health. I mean, at this point, it's a one-tap to the body. Here it comes Pauline, though. Misses some shots. 47 here. Could be a right-click. Good enough for Toki. Again,
10
I mean,
seconds.
100 dose there. Not going to be able to pick it up. 10 seconds left. Yeah, time of the essence, and, you know, all these players starting to sandwich in. So, at some point, would have gone down. But, I mean, first point going over to PPG.
Not too much you can do in that situation, and now that the Stinger meta has come and gone, we're not going to see that round 2 force up from the losing side. Instead, Spectres across the board here for the anti-eco of Powerpuff Girls. We're seeing a shift already from Leah from the A side over towards B, maybe anticipating that Buckeye Gaming might lean towards B after seeing the presence of KJ, but instead they're going to continue on default here very heavily. Turret to come out, and Qatar is not going to peek it, just going to play these sound cues, get away and play off the nade.
Oh, misunderstanding here. Although, I mean, Qatar really is holding it back with Pauline, and before, it worked out really nicely because we got to see some of that raise util. I feel like, you know, that effort was put in there again.
Look how aggressively Nozomi's pushed up as well. A lot of poke damage being done here towards top mid. Falling back to be able to play with the team. A flash out towards tiles just to clear it. And to able to earn a pick as well. Now super split here. BGC, they're looking to reclaim some space towards mid and re-clear here in tiles.
Oh, this is good off Nozomi. The flash to feed through. They managed to get one the second, although Jesui catching Nozomi off guard. I mean, it was good contact, but unfortunately for Jesui, right, when we're looking at that health 26, you got some Spectres left along. She's probably going to get sprayed down.
30 seconds
Not looking
left.
too good.
Yeah, not too much you can do. 30 seconds left. You're just going to try and grab some exit frags, but Qatar is just going to clean up. A clean 2-0 here and a pretty strong bonus looking into the third round of half number 1. But this time it's anti-eco, full buy up here for the side of BGC. And from what the little snippet that we garnered before swapping into this replay, it seems like BGC are looking to lean outside of A once again.
They had a lot of trouble on A, so I'm somewhat confused as to why they would really push for that again when we're probably going to see some of this Raze util go heavy, or even so, a cross-hold that they're holding here.
This time it's a split push though, and with no Killjoy watching on the A site, entering should be a little easier. That's the molly down already from Pauline as well, so the second these sky smokes fade, there won't be too much stall potential left.
Oh, power pop. Pauline almost went completely unscathed, but Qatar there for the trade-off, which is super nice. Because now we're stuck in a position where at least one player goes down, and a 4v3 isn't looking as bad as a 5v3, so I mean some numbers there.
Fast lane up towards Heaven as well to deny some visibility, and post plant for the side of BGC. Powerpuff Girls, again, they're on their bonus round, so only have SMGs to work with here. A flash out towards tree, glean some information, but no contact made off of it.
I wouldn't be surprised if a peek comes out here, seeing Nozomi flashing out, coming down behind Jen. It's good, but here it is. If PPG win this bonus round, I mean, that's so much potential here, and I mean, Melanie using the Phoenix to its highest potential. Unfortunately so. I mean, that Killjoy util is looking just too good for it. Toki taking the first point on the board for BGC.
Still a nice bonus round to come out from Powerpuff Girls. So they managed to get 3 weapons out of the hands of BGC. But now it'll be a full loadout for both sides. And the only ultimate we're going to see online thus far will be that lockdown in Toki's hands. So a huge win condition here for Buckeyed if they can get that off, like early help them scale up towards site, or even use it in a post-plant scenario before you have Pauline's orbital strike online to just shut it down.
Yeah, with some Vandals, though, you can see Qatar's confidence definitely rising here. Slowly waiting for everybody to peek down here in that util, that Killjoy util that peaks. Yeah, but backing off his best bet.
You should run.
Lockdown is going to come out though, and Qatar looking to stall with the help of that boom bot. You're going to have the stim beacon to fall back here. It should be a free site for the taking for BGC. Powerpuff Girls just playing a retake game here. It's 4v4.
Oh, Qatar actually pushed them back just quite a bit. They couldn't entry as soon as they wanted to because of that nade. That stalled for some time here. Rotations fully settled in, so keep Powerpuff Girls. I mean, they're here and ready to play. Can they? Already trying to peek through. You can see Melanie spraying through that smoke. 2 players up in heaven. Good contact from Pauline. And everybody sitting just behind that main side.
Last player
Sprays though across the board, leaves a 1v4 situation for Toki. Swarms available and out, so denying the defuse for now, but they're gonna push.
Ooh. I mean, Pauline was smelling the blood, and Toki unfortunately had to be the victim. But it's okay, because that 3-1 is looking good. Powerpuff Girls, I mean, they're coming out strong here, Ash.
No, for sure. And even with post-plant lineups, there's not too much you can do in a 1v4 situation. You've got bodies to spare on the defenders to push you while you're trying to get those lineups. You can't get comfortable. And speaking of discomfort, BGC now, they're on to an eco round here. pistols across the board. There is an overdrive available for the side of Cats on that Neon pick. But then for Powerpuff Girls, they've got 2 ults of their own to work with. Unlikely to see them coming out with the weapons advantage. And BGC, what I like in this change-up though is even on pistols, like going for that default, looking for...
Yeah, a bit of a risky play there, playing by yourself as that Neon. I mean, the ultimate was there, and as the Neon, playing that fast type of play was what we wanted to see. But now it kind of allows Pauline that confidence to move forward, knowing there are players here in mid. Everybody going down one by one, and Azomi just here to clear it out. Clean up what was left. And Jesby says, absolutely not. I'm not going in that trash compactor. I'm staying here.
Yeah, but there isn't anywhere to go the second you step into B main. You've got KJ watching and people creeping up behind you. Sound baiting happening here behind Jess, but nowhere to go. Yeah, just clean round here. Flawless, 4-1 for PPG. I want to see the default, though, coming out here now that guns are back in hands for Buckeye Gaming.
It's going to be difficult. I feel like the biggest thing is definitely just more so relying on those entries. I mean, once we get that entry in, you know, you've already lost one player trying to gain that access. And I feel like there hasn't really been any of those fakes to bait out that rotation over just, I mean, based off of Powerpuff Girls' tendency to really push over to the site where that noise is coming from.
Watching here.
And they're good at playing the retake as well, right? So aren't afraid to back off if need be. I definitely agree that the lack of pressure on the left side of the map, having your Killjoy just be able to sit pretty with util out, leaves a lot to be desired here for BGC. And Nozomi off of the guiding light that comes out, ends up using the Trailblazer, but misses the player here towards Fridge.
Oh, but the timing's still perfect because Katsei, I mean, not peeking confidently here. And that is extremely punishable.
I like the molly to come out here from Pauline, stall out the push towards A main. One still makes it onto site though. Pauline, needs to back off, play with the team here, risk being picked off one by one.
Yeah, time for redemption, honestly, for Buckeye. Because they've had some really, really rough runs. Powerpuff Girls, I mean, they just continuously win these 1v1s. Selena already looking for a 1v1 of their own just as they shoot down some of those Seekers. Oh, but this is good. Zomi utilizing that space and that time, but Selena with the ultimate gets that heal off, and it's good because the 1v2 here is going to be big. If Qatar can take out that Reyna, I mean, might just be game over. Left-hand side doesn't see it, still does actually. Just behind Dice, the paint shell, perfect, just underneath Hell. Now Jesby has to peek out halfway through. All they have to do is shoot, but it's good because the timing was there for Jess.
Perfect plays from both sides. I mean, Jess had nowhere to go but to run out, but to swing and take the fight. And I think Qatar put just a little too much faith into the paint shells in that situation. It's tough because time was ticking, but PPG, their holds are looking good. Their fights have been looking great as well. And BGC, though, they're slowly making a comeback, you know, taking a round here and there. But the tough thing is that their money is still a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, but I like how they go for B this time. We've seen a lot of A hits, and we haven't really seen the potential for B here. Already utilizing that Nightfall to try to get themselves up. Kylia goes and gets one for the trade-off. I mean, it's perfect, right? The util usage you can see is insane because all we're seeing are util picks here. Pauline, again, utilizing that re-entry. And we talk about the re-entry here from Powerpuff Girls, and we can see how well that works.
Advantage back into the hands of Powerpuff Girls as well on this retake, and early peaks here from BGC, leaving a lot to be desired. But Cats is on the hunt to shut things down. It's a 1v1.
Oh, timing, but the reload was heard. Yeah, but Qatar with 2 health, this is a moment where, you know, you're gonna really have to take your stance and keep your ground. Confidence is key, and confidence is rising, but one shot here from Katsei is enough. Because that 2 health was really cracking down on Qatar.
Now only one round dividing both of these teams here, and with that round win, an important one here for BGC because it allows them to buy up in full, and this time it's Powerpuff Girls who are on the brink of being broke. That was a showstopper used as well, so an extensive round loss there for Qatar. At the very least, PPG, if Melanie can play for their life, there will be that Phoenix ultimate available for a retake situation or for early information. But we're seeing a swap over once again. PPG, they've moved their Killjoy back over. It's going to be Leah here on the A side.
Yeah, no more Pain Shell here to use to push back these players on A. So you're really going to have to see Qatar take that fight, another fight. Really cracking down in mid. And these 1v1s are coming out left and right, which is a bit surprising. We're not seeing those retakes anymore. Instead, they're trying to protect the site. And, I mean, look where it gets them.
Fully fallen off here and the lockdown expended. Two-person advantage, but a nice reflank coming in here from Pauline towards Tree. But with the door closed, info will be given soon enough. It'll be a pinch here, but what's difficult is that PPG are going to struggle to play together with these angles.
The thing I like about Pauline really is, I mean, just the shots they can hit. Crosshair placement perfect. Util already coming down, cracking on it. Maybe some of that damage can help, but it can't. Selena, I mean, again, really talk about confidence, but it really is a big factor of this game. And, you know, 1v1 situation, Ash, I just feel like a lot of the time we're seeing Powerpuff Girls lose it out.
It's like BGC have finally kind of figured out, okay, PPG, they like to play for the retake, they like to get a little bit aggressive and whatnot. We're going to try and punish this now. Finding a bit more comfort in reading the patterns of Powerpuff Girls, who are now landed into a half-buy round. There still will be that lockdown as well as the Phoenix Ultimate for a retake, but unlikely to see it come out here unless PPG can find a numbers advantage.
Already having sight. Surprising that we actually see another orbital strike, because I felt like, oh my bad, I trolled myself. I accidentally had a later feedback, but it's good. We're rising. Kyla trying to get the plant down, so Spike is sitting just behind Jenny. Melanie though hears it, knows that there's some underneath. Hell, and the trade-off is perfect, but Melanie with that run it back actually seeming to work out perfect for the situation.
Yeah, and Toki's always playing these post-plant mollies, right? So the flank to come through to punish. Nozomi with the last pickup, and a flawless thrifty round here for PPG. BGC, they managed to get 3 rounds in a row, but it's still not quite enough because they have lost quite a few guns in the process. Gonna still be struggling a little bit for money. A full buy is still able to come through here, but if you can't win out the next, money's not looking good for the remainder of the half. There's only a couple more rounds left.
Lockdown's going to be super important, though. I mean, I think this really is what they need to step themselves up here for Powerpuff Girls. You know, we said that they had a really strong retake. Obviously, the adaptations from BGC, just the continuous pushes through without caring. And just, I mean, really using that mass amount of util to get themselves down has been helping. So, lockdown in hand, that is some win condition.
Haunt out towards backside. Trailblazer finds 2. And a Sky Smoke now to delay this push. Guiding Light comes out from PPG for a continuous stall, but look at the rotation already being pulled. Only one still invested towards the A site. That's going to be Pauline alone. And the entire time that presence was shown here in B main, Selena has held down the fort here towards A. But they are going to go back towards that defaulting. Timing just a little off.
Smokes are coming down everywhere in mid. Defense really trying to keep that mid control down to a certain extent. Oof.
First blood, though, into the hands of BGC, but it's only 35 seconds left, and Spike's still kind of hovering outside of B here. It's going to be too long to rotate, waiting for the mid pinch to come through, but it's not going so well here for BGC.
Orbital closing off some of that vision here for Selena, but Selena still seeing the arm. Okay, flash perfect. Melanie, the timing, but they knew that the flash was going to come out. The 4K from Melanie really closing in on everybody, and it was perfect. The orbital from Pauline to make sure everybody was sitting in the spots that they wanted, and that really helped out.
That round got a little chaotic from both sides. I felt like, okay, 1 second I was like, okay, BGC, they got this round in the bag. Next second, it's like PPG has suddenly come back with Melanie's 4K that just occurred and whatnot. But I like the switch-ups. I really like how BGC, they're changing up their pacing, they're changing up their positioning. But PPG, they've just been really strong on the retakes, even at that last-minute denial. Now, 2 rounds left here, BGC, they've got to save to have a full buy in the last round before we swap sides. Selena is going to be creeping up towards Cat. Here's the sound cues as Pauline's not looking.
And Selena actually playing a bit of that lurking role. Surprising in itself. But the entry still looking solid. Getting the one, and that's that Vandal that Kayla, my apologies, can pick up.
Out of charges.
Making sure of it though, Qatar with the aim. Definitely looking a bit better here. Roomba, and we talked about the timing, but timing is good. Doesn't matter how many seconds the Roomba has if it gets shot down anyway.
Only a stinger in hand here for Toki though. Melanie has the advantage with the Vandal, and Toki's just gonna have to wait for one to creep up. Instead goes for the wide swing, and a team ace here for Powerpuff Girls. They've got 1 round left in this half here. BGC with a full buy. Can they take it 7-5?
I mean, with the way things are going now, I definitely think they can, because Leah saved up on that lockdown.
I mean, I guess there is that opportunity for Kyla to be able to use the orbital strike to shut the lockdown out.
Yeah.
Or could use it for a site push and whatnot. It's going to be tough because I think BGC has struggled the most in their post plants. And as I say that, Nozomi right off the bat, first blood and a second.
And that's super important because already 2 players down. And mind you, the orbital strike, Ash is gone. Like, that gives so much potential to Powerpuff Girls.
There's a big win condition over there for BGC.
Blinded.
Okay, potential there. Selena getting a heal off, so making sure they have some shield to pick off these next couple of fights. But I feel like definitely sticking together here and playing as a team would be best bet. Make sure these trades come in perfect.
I like the deep molly just to deny that peek there towards B-Link. A lot of information garnered towards the mid side, and you still have that KJ util down here on PPG. Leah's got the fort held down, lockdown available as well. 35 seconds left. This is going to be tough for BGC side take.
Oh, the flashes for Melanie are always perfect, but unfortunately Jessamine catches on, still on site. Nobody is coming out alive for Powerpuff Girls, so the retake, you're going to have to wait for that race to reposition here. And as Qatar makes their way, so does the plant.
Playing together here, though, on the side of PPG, and little time available for BGC to set up in a post plant. Qatar able to put a lot of pressure on here with the paint shell. One zone.
Last player standing.
Nice shot. So, and the ultimate popped off. This doesn't matter. It does not matter. I was about to gas it up, but then Qatar said there ain't no gas. It's cold. So,
all breaks.
All breaks.
All breaks. Showstopper in hand. Gonna shut down the round here, but we are about to swap sides. And before we get into this second half, Gompers, I just want to remind you guys that you should play the biggest games on day one. Are you guys excited as we are for Starfield, Minecraft Legends, and Redfall coming in 2023? With PC Game Pass, you guys can enjoy incredible new games as they launch. Join now at GamePass.com and be ready to explore the universe. Take on a legion of vampires or battle destructive piglins, all on day one.
I'm a big Minecrafter.
Honestly, same.
I think we've both been like
We're signing
very.
up. You got us.
Yeah, you guys got us. It's okay. All right. Alrighty, though. Okay, real good information. I mean, they know already majority of these players are sitting over outside of main, so Powerpuff Girls, they got to make a decision now.
Yeah, Trailblazer in, but the Sky Smoke still to be respected, not able to actually scale off of that PC utility. Non-rechargeable as well, and first blood down here for PPG already opening here towards Arches.
Oh, gosh. It's like a back and forth peak, and nobody's really winning anything. The prize is there. I mean, taking a pick and possibly winning those numbers for your team, but 2 players there. I don't know if the fight's a good one to continue picking off here. Kyla steps back for a second and just recollects themselves. Melanie already up on the flank, but Selena not aware. And nobody does.
Not just slow days, but such odd positioning coming through. Gonna completely catch Selena off guard here. Melanie good for the 3K, looking for a 4th.
30 seconds left.
You already prepared. Kayla, oh my god, already knew what was going on surrounding a moment like that one. But 24 health, right? And, you know, for BGC, it's going to be a lot harder getting yourselves in there. But I feel like, you know, maybe just baiting out Kayla, trying to see what they can do.
She's going to try
24.
Gonna try and fight this reflank, but putting a lot of fate in the turret here. Leah's gonna come out on top, Gompers.
Oh, this is so stressful. 1v1. Still not enough time regardless, but shots on the head. Although Qatar still runs away with it.
That was right down to the wire. I think it would have been a completely different story if they just committed to fighting the one player on the retake towards market in that situation. And now that first round pistol is important no matter what, but when you're down 4 rounds as well, you want to see that going into the hands of BGC so they can have that strong anti-eco in round number 2. Instead though, they're gonna go with a risky force up, and if it does not go in the way of BGC here, their economy is gonna look pretty rough in the next.
Oh, I would have thought that they were going to go in slow. But with the noise they've already made, yeah, already pumping things down. Throwing a stim beacon. Qatar's going to be really fast on this entry. And it makes you wonder, what is BGC going to do in return? Already peeking through Selena, taking the fight by themselves. Not even having Jess there to assist. The moment Jess peeks out, a bit too late.
The running back's already available here for Melanie as well. Kyla just running through the Sky Smoke, and it's a pinch retake here for BGC. A 2v5 situation. 2, I think. Okay, no, you got a Marshall in hand there, but now it's 1 Stinger in the room.
Stinger meta not looking too good in this fight. Also getting shot from like everywhere at once, which was super unfortunate.
Yeah, there's no angles to clear out. You just got like 5 team members like, holla, what's up?
Honestly though, they lasted a lot longer and they were getting shot like everywhere. So they were juggernauting that.
It's tough though because, yeah, I mean, there was a big risk, high risk, high reward buy up there for BGC, right? Unfortunately, doesn't go in their favor. Tide turns and you're stuck onto a really crummy eco round where you should have rifles in hand, and that was a bit of an oopsie here in B main as the timing just didn't pan out there for Cats.
Yeah, BGC are in a bit of a pickle here because now Melanie, right, pulling out the ultimate, having that second chance just in case things go awry. And the most important thing is just baiting out some of that util, which, I mean, overall helped the initiative. But now 2 players still left alive for BGC. Nobody clearing out the back of sight, so Boathouse still there. Toki, it's good for maybe 2 here. Peeking through perfectly. The second is there.
No way!
The headshot hits last second. Maybe the 4th. But Toki doesn't get it, and Kayla comes up right behind for the trade-off. So that teamwork, I was a bit afraid. Kayla, 1 second later, would have probably gone down.
A round conversion that we didn't expect coming out from BGC, not because we didn't have faith, but because of pure weapon economics, right? But Toki's just able to stay here in back boathouse, pick up 3 in total, which was huge impact kills, allowing Kyla to come back up and close the round out. Double digits still in hand here for PPG. They do have, I believe, a lockdown available in this round as well. Just playing super quiet outside of A. Already has 1 rotation here being drawn out of Selena towards mid side. Oh no, okay, going to Heaven instead.
Oh no. Melanie had a mission, but slowly having to change things up. I mean, 2 flashes, all the util in the world is there. They managed to gather at least some information out there. They know the rotation has been completely settled through for BGC, so I mean, if nobody hears this, it's gonna work out well.
Look at Kat's positioning though here, already tucked close to B-Link. So much information to be gathered by BGC. Look at peek off for 1-2.
Trying to already create that interception, BGC, in their efforts to work their way up on that defense. Selena still hides down on B site, being that anchor. That is, of course, 100% needed. But the patience here, I mean, running thin. Everybody's slowly working their way up. And Pauline, back turn, gun completely out, shattered. The dreams are gone. Back in Boathouse, check your right-hand side. The shot still hit. And the headshot goes there. So BGC, I mean, they play that perfectly. Not everybody rotated.
No, really great mid-round calling coming out from Cats with a piece of information there towards the B rotation as well. And now we're looking at 6 to 10, 4 rounds dividing BGC and Powerpuff Girls, and finally breaking the economy of PPG as well, right? It's going to be a half buy here. No ultimates to look toward either. Meanwhile, on BGC's side, they're sitting comfy. Just have to look to play together to deny any potential rifles going into the hands of PPG on their eco.
This is so nice here. Already the first one, but doesn't rotate off. They have a wall that they can push through. They want to fight it and pick it off, but very punishable.
We're looking to close this market door. I like this play coming out from BGC, you know, forcing you to either break market door or you're kind of just stuck, funneled like sardines in here towards mid, and Pauline looking to creep up here and B main. Might not expect the push into cubby. But Jess isn't looking. Timing is everything here, Gompers.
There.
Creating a really, really big tension here, Selena. Already losing out a fight and giving over that A site, but I mean, most importantly, leaving Toki by themselves to fend for themselves as well. Kayla coming to the rescue here, but still, okay, I don't know how they managed to get that one through the wall. But it works out perfectly. I mean, best case scenario for sure. Still having a pain shell though for some of that damage, but does not want to continue to pick that fight. So Qatar going back, making sure that save is there.
Yeah, just gotta go hide in this situation. Save the Phantom in hand. The money situation for PPG is not looking too great with BGC's comeback. And I believe... Yeah, I'm gonna just take a look. Yeah, Qatar's just 1 away from that showstopper. So the Phantom will help in the next round, being that hero rifle to potentially bring the ultimate online if you can find some space for an alt point or get it through having a pick early on. Because that showstopper is just so good for forcing the defenders to kind of turtle in. They usually run away from it. It gives you a lot of space even if you're not hard entering.
Interesting though. With, you know, Selena really is putting in the work. And that Empress, I feel like, is gonna help with the frags just a bit more, but nobody there to help, and this is so dangerous. Selena, don't take it. There's more to the story. And no information there initially to help out, so BGC, I mean, losing 2 this early on is so detrimental.
Usually you want to pick one spot to be aggressive, right? And Melanie's choosing tree here. It's a 2v1 situation and doesn't quite have the angle. Now it's orbital strike here for Kyla as they wait for the spike to be initiated just to deny that, force you off front side, and BGC, they can start funneling.
One enemy remaining.
Falling through, the Fade pops the ultimate, but doesn't get much. Prowler connecting through, Jess Wee not having too much of a good time. Still trying to fight it out, having the hope to make sure that something can be done, but 11-7, we're hitting that match point very closely, and it's 1 point for Powerpuff Girls to really make things count.
Everything falls on this full buy for BGC, right? It's the last one that they can afford, if they're even gonna go for it as an entire team. From what it looks like, Jesui is just going to keep a sheriff in hand, not looking to buy a rifle with the rest. Maybe save for a hero gun into the next round, but it's do or die here because if BGC can't secure this next round, PPG, they have match point, and if you're on essentially an eco there for BGC, the match is potentially over.
Oh, B's clear. They're playing that retake there. Having the lockdown.
Mm-hmm. Super safe play.
Mm-hmm.
I've got your trail.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down. Right, Molly.
Yeah, interesting situation already. The wall comes up, covering up Pauline, so no distractions needed. Door goes down, so at least leaving some of that coverage, but I mean, as I say that, still an orbital strike ready and prepared here for Powerpuff Girls to utilize down in market. Not going to use it yet, though. And again, right, we talk about that lockdown. This is such a big win factor. And what's going to happen here? No, they don't even press it down. They want to go and peek that and pick these fights, but is that the best bet working up? They can shoot it down through the wall. Pauline ready and prepped. Powerpuff Girls. I mean, the name is fitting.
Match point.
That was so unfortunate for BGC. I like the idea coming out from Toki to try to get that lockdown down on Switch. Earn you a little bit more space, but nobody went to go and clear B main. Smoke faded and Pauline had all the vision that they needed. Now PPG, they're leaning back over towards the B side. You saw pings going out for CT, so maybe an aggressive play as well, but BGC are looking to maybe answer with some of their own swords mid here with a Marshall in hand. Instead, they're going to sit back, relax.
Already the run it back kind of going down. I mean, not much to use here anymore except for clearing out the back of sight, which is perfect. They can just sit there now and position themselves as much as they please. Even the extremities are being completely covered up, especially since the saves here aren't working out too well for BGC. It's still working up, and the showstopper quite literally going for the full effect of its name, stopping off the show since it's already that match point. I mean, one more point down and it's over for BGC. Kayla's still waiting around in that corner. As that smoke dissipates, it's going to be dangerous for Leah. Not even watching what's going on, but 2 players there distracted. Kayla goes down, and it's over. PPG, Powerpuff Girls versus Buckeye. And we know who took that one. It was a fun one.
It was a good matchup. I really like how Buckeye Gaming did have some comeback potential there. There were a lot of adjustments that they did make to try to catch Powerpuff Girls off guard, to counter some of the conditioning that they had been doing as well. But unfortunately, when it came down to it, Powerpuff Girls just ended up coming out on top on a lot of gunfight situations, I think. You saw a lot more synergy also with some swings coming out from that team. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Buckeye Gaming can pull it together for map number 2.
I believe that they can, and honestly, I trust that they will. Coming over to that map 2, you know, they really did fight their best kind of moving towards that ending side. I just feel like the attacking side of Powerpuff Girls was a bit too strong. I mean, as we saw, there was so much going on, and you know, they got to rack up the points when needed. But moving forward to that, yeah, like you said, we're going to be able to see what happens in that next matchup. So I do want to say, please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
But before we do go, I do believe I have a little message to send over to you guys as well. As a reminder, Riot Games is also now on that Game Pass. Play legendary titles from Riot Games with premium benefits from the Xbox PC Game Pass members. You just gotta link your Xbox profile to your Riot account and unlock agents, champions, little legends, XP boosts, and more. You guys can join at gamepass.com and get your first month for just $1. We guys will see you just super soon. I completely fumbled my words there, but we'll see you on this other side of the break.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike planted.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. I know you're excited for some Valorant, and I am too, but really quick, just one thing that I, of course, have to tell you. On Paidia Portal, they have designed a tournament feature accessible for all levels of tournaments, whether you are looking for a quick bracket with friends or hosting a big tournament with a prize pool. PaidiaGaming.com allows you to collect tournament signups, manage a bracket, communicate with players, and much more. Take a look at PaidiaGaming.com. If you don't know how to spell Paidia, it's up here. That's very convenient. All right, I'm Comfers, and I'm here with Ash. We are back with Powerpuff Girls versus BGC Buckeye, and they're ready to come back and maybe actually come back.
Yeah, we'll see. There was a little bit of a switcheroo here as well. So we had to say goodbye to Toki on the side of Buckeye Gaming, and now they're being subbed in for Blankets. I believe from what I heard in my little microphone in my ear was that Blankets' name is going to be in Chinese characters. So if you don't see the actual word Blankets, unless you can read it in a different language, that is who we would be referring to. But I'm looking forward to this. Last map, we saw it 13-7 in the favor of Powerpuff Girls. And now we're heading over to Icebox.
Icebox is one that I'm super excited for. I mean, we kind of talked about Icebox just a bit. We didn't necessarily get into the details of it, but in terms of, you know, what we expected to see on Ascent, it was nothing like we thought it was going to be, right? We saw Neon pulled out, and to be honest with you, I don't know what I'm expecting here either. For all I know, I mean, we could completely get rid of the Sage and start running a Cypher.
It's like neither team ends up picking up Viper, who's like a staple agent on this map up, but we are already going to head over towards Agent Select, and luckily on the side of Powerpuff Girls, Viper will be that first lock-in, and Selena actually going for a bit of a role swap this time around. We saw them on Reyna earlier, now going to be on that Viper pickup.
The Viper is here, at least, so that makes me feel a bit more comfortable. I do have to say that, but, you know, we're having the Sage. Okay, this one feels more like Icebox to me, as Ascent felt like experimental, but I'm really liking the picks that I'm seeing come out, right? We're looking at the Raze, we're looking at the Jet, that double duelist comes in, and we're taking out a possible double Initiator, double Sentinel. So, really just heavily relying on those entries on the attack, which I think is going to suit the team of Powerpuff Girls so very well.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see. And we get the little cinematic here of Icebox as well. I feel like Icebox is a pretty underrated map for how pretty it actually is.
It is very beautiful. I feel like most of the ugly is the fact that this is like, what is it? Like a crate storage unit? What is this, like a ship? What is this? Like, oh yeah, it's super beautiful. What is this?
Pretty sure it's just like a shipping port, like importing and exporting goods.
You know, if I worked here, I would admire the view every day. Would I enjoy the cold? No. I'd book it to Florida. But that does not mean that it can't be a banger.
Well, this matchup's going to be a banger, right? Ascent was pretty decently close when it comes down to it, 13-7. Buckeye Gaming, they had some nice comeback rounds. Powerpuff Girls, though, able to kind of shut things off right off the bat. And to start things off, already we're seeing Powerpuff Girls with heavy presence here towards the A side. It will be met with that Killjoy utility, though, watching here towards main. We'll see if it's enough to stall.
It seems like so. Already Qatar. Oh, throwing down the pain shell. And the util from Qatar before was something that I found to be really, useful for the team of Powerpuff Girls. Already pushing in. Everybody looking to fight these, but in a 2v1 situation. All right, you got everybody trying to not really play alone here. And it works out well for Powerpuff Girls. Already everybody goes down. Melanie gets that 2K to secure the win. And already that first round leading into that anti-eco.
Man, the duelists are just doing work there in that pistol round. Duelists picking up every single pick across the board other than Jesui, who's able to get one frag back. But now it's time to move into that buy. Should be a typical Powerpuff Girl buy up. Have that anti-eco and BGC kind of sit back, stay on those pistols, save for the rifles in the next round, and PPG, they're just looking to run it back down here towards the A side once again. Going really fast paced here, making a lot of noise, quite a few steps. BGC don't have to guess as to where PPG's looking.
Oh, looking sharp. Melanie knows the Spectre's there. Hey, I can pick some of these fights, and they're working their way around the back. Melanie tries to make sure that they can take something out, but this is good. A recollection of a Spectre here, and it's already gone down, so it doesn't matter anymore. I mean, if Selena can say anything about it, this is good. Already the 2K through, so leaving one more. And already a 2-0.
Hey, though, compared to Ascent, much better eco around there for BGC. They took 3 SMGs out of the hands of Powerpuff Girls, now whittling down that bonus so it's not nearly as strong up against these rifles. No ultimates online here, but looks like PPG are going to switch things up. Did that conditioning with fast blitz towards the A side to start things off. Instead now, looking for a B split. Appears as they're going to go for that mid information. As I say that, it's actually going to be all 5 members here in bottom mid.
Oh, that's good information from Jesui. Everybody walking up towards that kitchen side. Still, though, Killjoy isn't aware. I mean, just leaving that util there to make sure at least they can get some damage. It's good. Peeking might not be the best bet, though. So many players still here. And a free Phantom. That might be the hero rifle that we needed to see. But then again, right, Powerpuff Girls, Nozomi can't do much with this. Still stuck in a hard place, allowing BGC to take that first win.
1-2. A little expensive losing out 2 rifles, but regardless, to get the round pickup, still essentially a full loadout for the team as well. No ultimates online yet, but Qatar is only 1 away from the showstopper, so we might see PPG trying to invest into securing an ult orb there to aid Qatar in that entry onto site with the ultimate in hand. But they are going to go back to the success that they found in the first 2 rounds here. Again, 5 stacking towards the A side.
The 5 stack is nice, but you're readdressing the situation over towards that map control that we need for Powerpuff. And it seems like that's exactly what they're looking for. Yeah, already making noise towards A. And you can see majority of the players on the minimap here for Powerpuff are already moving towards that B side.
Yeah, just trying to use that conditioning from the first 2 rounds, right? Now it's a late wall to cut off vision for Selena, who does have some Viper lineup. So the Snake Bite will deny that early plant for a little bit longer, able to break the wall early as well, and PPG aren't going to be able to get comfortable enough to initiate the spike just yet.
Oh, big to the touch. Melanie really taking advantage of the space here, but 36 seconds left. Nobody has proceeded their way forward, even though Melanie was trying to protect
30 seconds
the
left.
site. Now you got to try to plan for something, but Leah not having the smokes anymore. So now having to fight their way onto the site. Spike's still not down just yet, and they need to fight the extremities. Qatar trying to find something to do. In a 1v2, I mean, the chances are there, but 15 seconds left. They're going to have to peek out eventually. Selena goes out. The first one there, and a flick not needed because Pauline is too quick with it.
Nice little contact play coming out from Powerpuff Girls to save the day, but...
Yeah.
Really good job still from BGC to delay as long as they did. The fact that the Sage barrier orb was shot down right off the bat by BGC, that's such a huge win condition to earn that plant on the B site because it's nearly impossible without the Sage wall. But now going into the next round, despite all of that, despite it coming down to the wire, BGC are going to be back onto an eco. I think that there is a Viper's Pit to work with if Powerpuff Girls can manage to get the spike initiated. And then for BGC, I mean, it's mostly about trying to do as much damage as they can this round.
A good first pick off of Melanie, taking out the Jet, so now bit more space created, so everybody's making their way through. Surprisingly, Melanie got that one. Other Vandal down.
Player standing.
Call the police, because it looks like Leah's, I mean, just creating havoc and war on the field right now. But that was a good entry. I think overall, I'm a bit surprised that Melanie ran away with that. I mean, third pick.
Yeah, the dash onto site afterwards was definitely pushing the limits for a moment there, but really confident in their rifling skills to come out on top. And his 3-round lead here for PPG. We saw something similar though on Ascent, and it took about the first 5 rounds of the matchup for BGC to kind of find their groove. Yep. I would like them to play a bit more of that retake with how aggressive PPG like to be onto site, but to start things off, BGC, they're going for that aggression once again here.
Spike down A.
Nozomi going down is going to be a bit of a detriment there. They had the resurrection just in case Powerpuff needed it. But I mean, as one goes down, there is potential for something else to happen. A new door opens.
Yeah, but look at that space. Okay, Cats is going to end up falling off of that, but even for that short amount of time, that was a good amount of information gathered. You can call that you're pretty confident they aren't going for a rotation. It's just a cut noise and re-hit situation. But now instead, Spike moving over late here towards the B side, and Yellow, that real estate completely owned by Selena at the moment, who still has a Viper's Pit online.
Winching away.
Nice tuck.
Still having the ultimate though. They could use that Viper's Pit. Qatar coming in very heavy. Powerpuff, I mean, really needing that pick to elevate themselves further. They got 2 players left standing for BGC now. I mean, only one. Katse utilizing the ultimate, but still not much of an effect there.
I love having the toxic screen drop in that moment though. A nice call coming out from Leah with that. Because it, you know, you're expecting, okay, they threw down the lockdown. Now they're going to try to rotate off of it, try to find some information. Let's just leave them completely out in the open where we can just play crossfires and shut it down. Now BGC back onto an eco round. There's still going to be that Viper's Pit available, but with a Marshall in hand for Selena, unlikely to see that coming out here as that Hail Mary. And PPG, when they have the advantage, they're going A once again.
Slow push up here for early access, making sure they can get one. A nice sheriff shot. Doesn't even need a weapon at this point. Really is going with whatever they have. Doing a good job, Jesuit, gathering more information. Hey, they're still here. Maybe you can do something about it, and they will. On the work up here, BGC. Everybody's already rotated by now, and the Blade Storm comes out. A battle to fight for your life, and the progression is getting harder and harder. But aggressing too far there as that punishment comes down.
Cats gonna play towards mid here. Does have information. Gonna catch off the timing of the peak and finds a bit more here towards mid as well. Spots out 2, calls for the rotate over to play double.
Being in a lot of util to make sure Powerpuff doesn't move from their spot down in mid, but at this point, 30 seconds, they gotta fight for something, and I think best bet, really going back over towards A. Seeing what they can do there, because B site a bit too far here. Still gonna run it down as Selena watching with the Marshall. Time of the essence here, but Selena's gonna try to hold it down.
Ooh, this snake bite though is gonna do a lot to delay. There's not too much you can do. Does end up falling, but in the last few seconds left here, Gompers. Cats is around the corner and a thrifty round for BGC. 2-5. The stall was huge coming out from them, and now it's a full buy across the board once again here for both sides. BGC finding themselves a lot more comfortable with their economy now.
That was a nice shot from Natse. I think it was important because then leading into that, right, you got so many other players trying to funnel down through mid just to get a trade off, but Already seeing it, Powerpuff. They're in such a good position. They got a good lead off of this team.
Yeah, now pushing up towards B main. And Selena's not holding yellow this time around, giving up sight, being able to play the retake. Another fast movement near here towards the B side. The PPG, the last time they struggled to find that success. You know, managed to win it out in trades, but couldn't get that early plant that they were looking for.
You know, early plant, but I like Melanie's positioning here. Really high up on the ground. If somebody peeks out through kitchen, Melanie gets that first contact. Although still, these players were waiting for that plant to come through. They got the lineups ready and prepped here to make sure that Molly cancels any signs of life. Although nothing, and this is raw. This is just, I mean, raw gameplay. Powerpuff too scared.
Well, look at the positioning of BGC as well, right? You've got Jess pushed out all the way towards A. It's 4 members of BGC here towards the B site, but Melanie's better. And finally, able to find the spike initiated.
Not only that, but using the Viper's Pit as well to give them some ground, but Melanie's still on the high ground. The trades are perfect here, but the shots are missed. Selena finally gets a second hand. And Jesuit coming behind. That's going to be the second hand that we're looking for. Maybe some reinforcement. I mean, already timing things perfectly. They know they're down inside of the smoke, but Jesuit, watch your back. The moment any signs of a red outline peeks through for Leah, she's going to start shooting.
You can't even see the red outlines, but just playing the snake bites. No health available in the Viper's Pit. And PPG, they've just bought themselves enough time. They just have to fall off. Selena's going to have to save.
A good 6th round. I think it started to get risky, and something we're seeing a lot here, Ash, that continues to scare me is Powerpuff. They got a good entry. Although they start to get scared once the time comes, once they see one player. And even with these opening picks that Melanie has, there still is that stall.
The Viper's Pit was a huge win condition there on the B side for Powerpuff Girls. I feel like if they want to go for a B hit, they do need to leave a lurker towards mid, towards A. Just to have that additional information. Even call for rotation if necessary, because had BGC gotten maybe a bit more aggressive on that flank, it could have been a different story. And finally, we're going to see Selena pulling out the pit towards the A side, Judge in hand. PPG don't want to face that. Instead, they're going to regroup towards mid side where Melanie's earned the first blood.
Bye. My ult's ready.
That was a good shot for Melanie. Head shot down now. I mean, a possible other, but 10 health left. Having to back off heal. Not coming in quick enough, but still Melanie's shot's better. Oh, it's over. I mean, the shots are just coming left and right. Even with 20 health, they still find that progression.
It's a Vandal in hand, though, here for Selena, and we know the work that they can do with it. Full util as well, aside from that pit, so a lot of potential for cover, but Selena's been revealed.
Oh, Selena always with the mollies. Although utilizing some of that smoke, somebody is right behind, waiting on the outskirts. All they have to do is shoot, and they do. They peek in. Pauline knows what to do in situations like these. And it's good, 7-2. I mean, the gap is getting further and further.
There wasn't much more that Selena could do in that situation either, especially with Qatar playing towards Snowman. Just had to kind of pray for an attempt at a ninja defuse, but I mean, this is tough. Powerpuff Girls, they've done really well so far on the attacking side. They even found a bit of their mojo there towards the B site, now shifting back over towards A. Again, every single time BGC is on a save round, PPG is hitting the A side. I feel like you might even want to just try stacking it on your eco at this point.
Trying to avoid getting shot down. Knowing at this point, all this team needs to do for BGC is wait. But the showstopper is going to make things difficult. Qatar still shoots it, and Kyla goes down. That's good enough. Honestly, at that point, they could have gone down with none. Helping Melanie out just a bit, but still on the site. Melanie not aware of what's going on in the middle of sight. The extremities aren't the most important part. Still, there's a massacre ongoing, but the massacre is happening here for Powerpuff.
The fact that Melanie was able to kind of just like vibe backside of A for so long. 17-8 right now on the duelist pick here on Jet. That get out of jail free card doing wonders for this player. Now rifling round back in hands here for BGC. We've got only 2 more rounds left in this half, Gompers, and BGC, they've got to work on staving off that double digits just a little longer here out from PPG, and unfortunately they don't have much to work with as far as ultimates go.
Trying to create some impact here. Shot down. On a good time. Melanie's still picking off some fights. Pauline catching one. That's perfect. Damage. Definitely there. Not able to pick anybody off, but Qatar finishing off the job. It's good. On top of Sign. Melanie feeling the hands of fate here. Up above, Selena not even knowing what's going on. If a leg peaks, it's over.
Yeah, Melanie's always playing this up-down angle.
Yeah.
Like, always taking the vertical if possible. Just making it that much tougher for BGC to try and clear out. But with the money situation I was talking about, I think BGC, they're just going to play exit here. Try and take out some guns out of the hands of PPG and save their own into the next round.
Good. My ultimate is ready.
Still a lot more to do. Playing those entry frags. Needing these picks. But, you know, kind of staying still too, because they also need the weapons. God, they almost lost it. That would have been big. So many players going down left and right, but the points are the most important part, and we're so far apart that it starts to worry me. Are we hitting that double-digit number?
Last round before you swap sides, though, and the save does allow for an essential full loadout coming out here for BGC. You've also got the lockdown available, so I'm looking towards Cats to be able to survive into the late round, play that retake if needed. But what's interesting is Qatar on the op pick on the raise. How are you feeling about that?
I'm liking it. I like myself an op here on the attack, especially fighting this A angle. Like, nobody's going to expect this peeking. And that's my biggest worry.
Oh, Nozomi looking for something underneath too, but Blankets is around the corner here. Blades out.
Here.
Oh, yeah, the first one's looking good, but still more is there. Crosshair placement is perfect, and still the aggression comes forth. They're picking these 1v1s left and right. Just we finding one of their own. And the defense finally looking for this round. Operator not strong enough to hold it down, but still the halftime. And that's okay, because we're hitting 9-3. So much effort being put into not taking things double digits, but this pistol round Ash is important.
And Powerpuff Girls, they're fast tracking their success. And speaking of fast tracking, you guys can fast track your Valorant game with the PC Game Pass. Members will unlock all current agents 20% match XP boost given over to the Battle Pass, Event Pass, and Active Agent Contract Progress. Plus, get a day one access to every new agent as they're released as well. Join now at GamePass.com and get your first month for just $1. And back to the gameplay here, Gompers. Like you mentioned, this pistol's a must-win for BGC, or else Powerpuff Girls, they're hitting double digits early.
Yeah, if they win this pistol round for Powerpuff, it might just be over. It's super scary. Oh, shot's already down. I mean, that first shot's going to be good, but 13 health. Yeah, that trade comes in quick.
I mean, a really important pick, though, to come out from BGC. They took down the Viper. No smokes available for cover.
Spike down.
As I say that, doesn't matter when Qatar is just going to swing around the corner, earn 2.
Selena has to hold it down for BGC, but I don't know how well they can do that. Oh, luckily enough, not getting spotted out by the Roomba. Still peeking up. Okay, a shot there, but still a 1v3.
Made out as well, the dash in, and Cats can't do much in that situation. Melanie cleans it up 10-3 here for Powerpuff Girls. And BGC, they've got to force up.
That victory's coming in quick, but let's take a look at the, I mean, 21-10. Melanie has been killing it with the entries alongside Qatar, and I mean, what a better way to have the double duelist composition on Icebox.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of work. These duelists really great for the entry. I mean, kudos over to Blankets as well, following close behind. And already Blankets looking for that first point of contact here on Belt.
Shots hit. You can see some of that damage already coming down. Pauline making sure precise gunplay is at point here. But not much to do with the classics in hand. BGC really just have to pray they can find a Spectre of some sort.
Yeah, gonna have to fall off this mid angle though. Still looking for some movement, but BGC, I mean, they take the rotation off of A at this point. But it doesn't matter when PPG is just fighting here towards mid. It's hard to rotate out.
Here.
Zomi wants nothing to do with what's happening here.
Here.
Just waiting for everybody to cross by, giving away to that information as well. So BGC already caught out.
Left.
And, I mean, they don't even know what's going to happen next. Pauline's making sure, at least before they peek, they have the information. Hey, Kayla's there. Let's go. Let's see what we can do. Qatar coming up and catching everybody off guard. That's what you need for Powerpuff, and that's what they're going to give you.
No.
Okay, at the very least. So I called that, you know, BGC, ideally they'd be forcing in the last round. Decided not to.
Yeah.
Sure, Powerpuff Girls, they do get the pickup, one away from match point. But BGC have that security of falling back onto the rifles. But this is a must-win round here for BGC. They don't want to lose the rifles, to put them in the hands of PPG, be forced onto an eco where you're staring down at the end of a series. Oh, no way.
Oh, no. He's still going to get caught out. Melanie.
Wait.
Good job.
Still gets one?
I thought they were good for two. They had such good positioning there. Honestly, jump peeking that. Taking the first pick. It's a 1-to-1, so it's fair.
Nice plant to go down, though, for BGC. Wall broken now, but it's 4v4 on this retake.
I'm going to keep up with the pressure. Paint Shell goes down and helps Qatar take that pick, but still pushing up forward. Now, maybe wasn't the best idea because it seems like so much is happening at once. Leah can't even keep themselves situated as the team goes down. But here it is, the second not there. It was close, and if they got that one, there could have been that win potential, but I mean, leaving it over towards BGC to take that first point.
Yeah, must need round for them as well. 4-11. It's a long climb up to take it to its high, or even take the lead. The BGC, they are holding steady so far. And what is scary though is Mel's got an op in hand now. 22-11, watching that B long angle, and previously PPG, they had both of their duelists towards the A side. I don't know if BGC is ready for this.
Ooh. Oh, that shot miss is going to be super heavy on Melanie, especially since they're not going to want to peek this anymore.
Yeah. Rotation's already being called out. Some sprays down towards mid do show that presence. You can tell that rotations will be called now as well as contact play is made up here towards A main, but BGC is stomping around, so there's no guessing for Qatar, who is sitting here backside with Showstopper in hand.
Nice boom bot to come out. Qatar, okay, getting lucky with the shots, but still having to fight a bit more. Close right-hand side. Leah peeks it, gets a nice pick off. Still, everybody else has to make sure that the team is playing together. Melanie left alone on an angle, and if someone peeks that, it might be game over. Selena making things count. Gets But still, with the 40 seconds left, that spike cannot be planted unless the fight is won out here on site. But Katse doesn't know where these players are. Racing real close, and Qatar finding the shot, picking up the game.
Match point here for Powerpuff Girls and BGC. They don't have much money to work with. It's a broken buy-up, and man, I mean, PBG, I feel like they've just, you can see confidence in their swings and whatnot at BGC. There's glimpses of moments where you see that coming out from this team as well, but as far as it goes, PPG, they've kind of been running the storyline here on Icebox.
Overall, I mean, such a good showing, too, for the first game that PPG is playing, too. So Powerpuff, they come in. First match that we're seeing of the season. Making a name. Qatar, oh, man, trying to pull something out of their pocket, but pulling us a Brosa instead.
Lockdown to come out as well to secure this match. And for the site here for BGC, Spike has been taken down though, and you can't get the early point quite yet. And you've got a hot flank impending here from PPG.
Trying to keep that mental together. Melanie missing some shots, but it's okay. Still managed to collect one. Right hand side, they're in, they're running. They know where the Viper is. And even on the attacking side, the 1v1, one out by Jess. It's not over, Ash. We still got more to go.
Huge clutch up coming here from Jessie. 5-12. And a broken economy here for PPG. So BGC doing just enough to push it into an eco round. Giving you a better chance at closing this gap. You've got the Nightfall available as well here in Jessie's hands. Hopefully it doesn't have to come out until PPG are back on rifles. But what else is scary is the fact that Leah does have that Viper's Pit available. Won't be used quite yet, so maybe for a retake.
Oh, they're always good for one. It's so surprising too, because even in situations where it's a 1v5, somebody gets a headshot, pulls some sort of miracle. The shots coming through are a bit heavier here with the Blade Storm. Seems like the knives turned into bullets. Working up, making sure they get another one. I mean, the extremity's looking good. Snowman completely cleared out.
Poison Orb, though, to cross over towards Snowman's side. Try to find a new angle, but for BGC, they just gotta play post-plant. They gotta play those mollies. They gotta play the trades.
A nice wall to close off some of these angles, and it actually leads Leah to winning out 2 fights. The headshots are coming down. And if they peek once more, I mean, it might just be game over. Yeah, it is. The timing is there. And they actually win this one, so it's game over. Powerpuff taking it in stride with 1.50 seconds left. You got that victory stance from Powerpuff. The first game of the season, and it's already a banger. But we happen to know, at least, you know, in terms of the two teams that we've watched so far, who can run away with that first place.
Yeah, Powerpuff Girls definitely looking like a team to look out for. Still big kudos over towards Buckeye Gaming for the effort that they put in. You know, GG's to both. Buckeye Gaming, they made some attempts at, you know, switching things up, catching Powerpuff Girls off guard. But there was just a bit of a unrivaled confidence, I think, coming out of especially the two duelists on Powerpuff Girls by the end. And Gompers, I mean, before we do throw to a break, we do have an interview coming up next. And while we're gone, I want you guys to mull over the fact that the Xbox Game Pass has PC games. With the new Xbox app for Windows PC, it's easier than ever to discover your next favorite game, browse the library, view recommendations, or filter by genre. With hundreds of high-quality games to choose from, join now at GamePass.com. Get your first month for $1. Gompers and I will be right back.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Defenders win. One enemy. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike planted. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Watch your eyes!
30 seconds left. Spike. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
That's done.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
You win. Down you go.
One enemy remaining.
Careful now. Engineers down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
You can't res yourself?
Spike planted.
Grounded. Give me those back. One down. Grounded.
One enemy remaining.
Bye. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm excited because we have a special guest, Ash, and you know, I got a couple questions, so I'm picking up the phone. I gotta know.
You dialing in? You phoning a friend right
Dialing
now?
in.
We're gonna dial in Melanie.
Yo, Melanie, what's up?
Hi, hey, how's it going?
How's it going? I love your cat tree. It's very cute.
Thank you. Number one fan right there. That's Daisy.
All right. Well, first question starting off. Why the Phoenix?
You don't like the Phoenix? I love the Phoenix. I played CS for 5 years, and I think I'm just more familiar with being able to flash out and definitely reap the benefit of healing myself. I recognize kind of a selfish character, so I've been branching into that Jet, as you saw in Icebox. But it's just like an easy, similar to Reina, but you don't have to rely on getting kills to heal yourself. So.
Okay, totally valid. I mean, I think Aubrey's question was more so like, you don't get to see a Phoenix that often, so we're actually pretty excited.
Yeah.
We thought it was a really fun pick to come out and whatnot. But to go back towards a bit more like team stuff, we were wondering actually how you guys decided to form this team and whatnot, and how, if you guys knew each other like beforehand, your friends who normally game together, or if it was more like a LFT situation.
So that kind of goes to what I just mentioned about, do you want to hear what I have to say? That Ascent game was our second game playing together as a group, and followed that Icebox the third, and our first being last night. So we are very new to playing with each other. I'm friends with Leah, and she kind of invited me to this opportunity, and we kind of instantly clicked, and seems like our play style works, and we got picks where we needed, we traded when needed, so kind of just worked out.
Well, you guys definitely did not look like a team who've only played about now a total of 3 maps together. You guys look great. They're out in the server. I think the synergy can speak for itself as looking very natural from like a third person point of view. And I guess I want to follow up with, for yourself, and if you can't answer for the team, that's totally fine, but was wondering what it means to be able to actually compete in this Paidia Cup series.
I mean, it's a wonderful opportunity, and I have, like I mentioned, I played CS for so many years, and just I've always wanted to compete, and I think any opportunity to do that, I'm gonna jump on. So just grateful that this can happen.
Awesome. All right. Well, my question, you know, I trolled a little bit in the beginning. But I'll ask you a serious question now. You know, obviously it is a bit surprising to hear that you guys played 2 games, because it's like you guys did amazing, and I definitely like the duelist that I was seeing out of you, and obviously just in general, right? Moving up to Icebox, it was impeccable. So I guess more so my question is for the future, as you guys start to make, you know, more connections, more of that storyline for yourself and your team, more so what relationships in your team do you think are really going to stand out?
I think making the most of our time and being able to play together more, and hopefully joining more tournaments in the future, seeing how well at least this first round went, will be pretty nice to see. I think this is definitely motivation for us to continue to play together, to grow, and to work off of one another, and just be excited for the future.
All right. Well, I'm pretty sure that's all we have to ask. Ash, I mean, do you have any more questions for Melanie or her cat?
Or
Daisy
are the number one fan in the background. But nothing much else for me other than, are there any other last like thank yous or shout outs that you want to give before we end off for the night?
I mean, just thank you to the team for playing so well, and for allowing me to like end up in their spawn most rounds, and being able to, I don't know, just do this together. I'm just really grateful.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to have this interview with us, Melanie. GG's, and looking forward to seeing how Powerpuff Girls shape up in the next 9, or I guess now 8 weeks, as we wait to see how the Paidia Cup does end out. Wishing you all luck, and have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, Gompers,
Man.
it's just the two of us once again. How are you feeling about that interview?
I'm wishing I interviewed the cat too. I had a couple questions. Why is it so sleepy?
Well, okay, I was gonna say they're nocturnal, but it's nighttime now. They're big nappers. They like to sleep a lot, but it's nearly time for me to put Gompers to bed as well, because the Paidia Cup is coming to a close for week number 1. We're super thankful for you guys in tuning in today, and huge shout out to Paidia for putting on this Women's Cup and giving this opportunity to the scene as well. And we will hopefully see you guys in future weeks, but it'll be over and out for tonight.
One enemy. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike planted. 30
appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit.
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close to the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro.
I can't play Minecraft.
Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, what, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more eSport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's
Wait, he jumped into it.
Corner judge is good for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more. They're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Esports U Live. I'm your host, Paulie Hype, and tonight we have some amazing top college esports to send your way. But before we get into it, let's take a look at what happened last night right here on the channel. We had some NJC AAE Rocket League, which featured Mineral Area College versus Northern Virginia Community College. NJC AAE is finally back on the table, and we're starting off with a bang with Mineral Area and NVCC. Game 1 started off a little slow, but quickly ramped up once NVCC scored their first goal to get 3 total after having over 10 shots on the goal. Game 2 also started off slow, but instead of NVCC starting us off, it was Mineral Area showing off some amazing team play to get some goals. There seems to be a pattern, as Game 3 was also silent the first 2 minutes. But like the first game of NVCC, showed off their ability to make crazy outplays to take the lead 2-1. Both teams had a lot more aggression in this match as they kept on trying to score goals in the early half. Neither team wanted to lose this series, as both teams were able to land last-second goals to send us into a long and overdue overtime. In the end, only one team can win it all, and it was NVCC, Northern Virginia Community College, taking the win. That was the first half of the night. The second half of the night featured ECAC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Emory and Henry College versus Central Maine Community College. For ECAC SSBU, we saw familiar faces in Emory and Henry take on newcomers in Central Maine, who were looking for their first win in the conference. Emory and Henry's starter, VAL was able to take down CMCC's first 2 players while only losing just 1 stock. VAL would soon go down to CMCC's final player, Paidia, who was able to take down the next player for Emory and Henry, Hispanard. The final matchup was set on the stage, and it was the final stock of Emory and Henry's Alex Swaggers, as he was able to clean up the set for the set 1 win. Alex Swaggers was the opener for set number 2, a little bit change up there in the roster, and he took down Paidia yet again, and was almost able to take down Gray, but just fell short. Hispanard came onto the stage to make quick work of Gray, but also eliminating Gamer Boy Cutie to get the 2-0 victory in favor of Emory and Henry College for the ECAC. That was the 2 conference matchups that we saw last night. Now over to tonight's action. as we feature a Division A Diamond to Radiant ECAC Valorant match. This is going to be a best of 3. It'll be going down right here, 8 p.m. EST on Esports U, and that will be commentated by the amazing casters. Love to see these two, J Turbo and Visionary One. So without further ado, into ECAC, we're going to be awaiting Keen versus UNCG 300. And that'll be going down for the ECAC Valorant match of the night. My name is Paulie Hype. That's going to do it for the quick intro. Over to J Turbo and Visionary One for the ECAC Valorant call. Over to you.
Thank you, Paulie, for that intro, as it's Valentine's Day, but there's going to be no love lost between Keene and Greensboro. As you heard, I'm Jay Turbo, joined alongside Visionary One, as this is going to be a bit of a grudge match, as these two teams have seen each other before last season.
Yeah, and it was not pretty for Keene. So we're going to see how this one, of course, turns out, just for the sheer fact that UNCG was dominant last season. They went 7-1 in the original, and they're 2-0 right now, doing 4-0 on maps. So they're looking definitely strong. But a lot of interesting developments happened with Riot today. Of course, a new patch for Valorant came out. There's definitely some stuff to discuss with Raze and Killjoy.
Yeah, Killjoy receiving a 25 HP nerf to the turret, and Raze, that boom bot, the duration getting cut in half from 10 seconds to 5. So wondering how this is going to change these teams and adjust their compositions moving forward. And I'm just really excited to see these squads. Keen, they've gotten a new coach. They've got some more structure around their IGL, Ninja. So excited to see how that plays out. And they're already doing better this season than they did last season. And that's always a great start.
I mean, it certainly is. And that's where you have to start. And of course, we're starting with the maps today. So we're going to go ahead and bring those up for everybody with the picks and the bans. Of course, we're not going to see Pearl and Fracture. This is college Valorant. We never see those maps. But oh my God, we have a pocket pick coming out. We get to start on Lotus tonight.
Oh, and I'm so excited, right? We were talking before the show. We're like, all right, it's going to be Haven. It's going to be Icebox. It's going to be Ascent. We're only getting one of those maps today. Split, of course, a little more familiar, but Lotus, the one everyone's talking about. We have so little data about this map because it is just so new. And I think that for Keen, this is a great opportunity for them to show the adjustments they've made, show that they're going to be better on this map, and try and take this opener against Greensboro.
It's just really awkward for me because when you look at Haven, at least you have the ability to site split, right? You can either double push A, of course, both through sewer and through long. You can double push the C through garage and of course C long. On Lotus, you don't have that opportunity, right? Every single entrance is essentially a single choke, except for that, door that's on A link that's wall bangable. So it's very interesting to me to see how people will kind of play this map, because it's essentially 3 giant choke points. And if you're not fighting for A main, I don't know how you really gain map control.
Exactly. The fact that there is so much of the map that gets opened up when you get that main control, when you can control whether or not there's those B rotates coming through. And we're already hopping into Agent Select as we can see a few hovers, and I'm not expecting to see too many raises, but the Killjoy, just 100 HP on that turret. I think it's still going to be good enough. But also another point I hadn't brought up yet is the lockdown nerfed to 8 as well. But oh man, Greensboro with the 5 Yorus up, that's always fun. I hope we get at least one locked.
I mean, we might on a 3-site map. It makes sense just for those quick rotates, those good calls on defense that are coming out. I kind of doubt we see it, obviously, but apparently Kenny has been watching Yay and most of the other teams run Lotus because it actually happened twice in the VCT lock-in tournament today. Both teams were running Chamber on this map. So we're going to see more Chamber action as well coming out from Bush. Definitely love seeing that. And I kind of feel like Harbor, even though obviously this is the agent release before the map, I don't know if he is the best smoker that you can use. It seems like a lot of these choke points really benefit from those dome smokes versus those walls. So it's interesting to see that being hovered right now, as you already see Omen on the other side being hovered as well.
Yeah, and Omen has really stepped up as the controller of choice for so many teams, and I think that he is in such a good spot right now that I'm not sure if you really want that Harbor. Armando is going to lock that one in. Hoshi as well, actually picking up the raise, not caring about the nerf, not caring about the lack of recon, still wants to be able to fly in with the satchel packs. As UNCG all locked in, and Keen looking like they are going to stick with that Harbor, and a Phoenix as well. So both of these teams taking very different approaches to this map.
Not just Harbor, they're actually double controlling this. Everything is going to be walled off. Did you see that they're also running a Viper?
Yep.
So Keen bringing out the double controller strats, but it's something that we really haven't seen in Valorant except for the induction of Harbor. And I don't think I've ever seen them two run together in a competitive setting such as this. Most of the time, it's one or the other. You'll see it occasionally used on Icebox by pros with that Harbor, just because the orb is very good and you can kind of get a little bit more utility out of that Cascades versus just losing Sage Wall almost immediately on B site. Seeing both of these together, though, is very, very interesting.
Yeah, they are really wanting to control all of those choke points we brought up earlier, able to just remove so many options from this already pretty linear map outside of the A site. And removing so many of those sight lines and making those entries so unpredictable is, I think, a real strength moving forward for Keen. Of course, this is their map pick, so they are going to have hopefully a little bit more practice than their opponents on it, but each of them picking up the chamber, meaning they're trying to take advantage of some of those sight lines.
I mean, you have to at this point, right? I mean, you either run a jet there or you run a chamber. You need a primary opper. And it just kind of seems like this map is well enough established around kind of, minus obviously playing them on offense where you kind of lose that trademark just because of the range, right? So you can't just hard flank C anymore and then rotate all the way and play A. We're obviously going to see this stack starting off. And with UNCG starting out on defense, I'm really expecting to see this Raze and Sage combo right here. You're going to have an instant slow on top of that nade coming out right off the rip.
Oh, Ninja trying to get quick early on as the Bird will slow things down, but Bush already winning out the chamber duel. First contact taken by UNCG, and they're successful. The default already sort of picked apart from Keen.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this in the pre-show, right? You have to fight for A main just because it gives you so much map control, because you can start pushing through towards B as the fight is going on right now in between Armando and KU. And there's some good chip damage right there coming out. Somehow makes it away with his life. More good chip damage coming out from Ironic. They weren't expecting 4 people just to blitz in and rush that. And here comes the Harbor wall. It's going to be there, of course, for Ninja, but nobody is really aggressed onto site yet. There's a lot going on right now, but not a lot of space taken right now by KU.
And the Omen Smokes, those Dark Shrouds, taking up so much time, and now Ninja stepping forward with Ironic, but all the frags are going the way of Keen off this entry. It's just Penguino and Bush trying to stick around on the backside. Spike will go down, and a decent post plant already set up for Keen.
I mean, you're looking at 3 people, including a Viper at full health, so you know you're going to have those. Bush with a massive flank here has an opportunity, but they're going to be spotted by that alarm bot. Not going to peek off of that, and it's going to be cut off instantly, of course, by that orb. And this is going to be so difficult for Bush to go through. 2 shots, of course, and the Headhunter gets 1, can't find the second. Great trade out right there. Pongino going to try to find something right here. Doesn't get much, and those mollies are pretty much going to assure the round at this point. The snake bites coming in clutch. Is Pongino going to just go ahead and tap it? There's 1 flash. Can he pull this off? No, it's going to be, of course, GS9, as they call him, because that name is a little bit difficult to pronounce. We're going to be calling him GS9 tonight as well, but it's a great execute right there. And I love the patience coming out of the first round. Typically, when we talk about College Valorant, it's the team that's the most decisive ends up winning, right? You see these defaults, it already fell apart right at the beginning of the round, and they were able to bring it back, be patient, use your utility, and be able to secure the site and plant. It was beautiful.
Yeah, and the fact that the pick was all the way on C side, it didn't remove a lot of the resources Keen wanted for that eventual A hit. It seemed like there was a little bit of back and forth in the comms as far as what the plan was, but it did work out for them, as now Bush wants to get aggressive with the Headhunter, manages to rendezvous back behind the high tide, and does get an idea that there's a bit of a lean towards this C site, but already a couple quick picks taken by Czi, and that'll open up a lot of spaces. It looks like the team wants to end A.
Look, nobody's on the site. They just completely abandoned. All that early pressure is just going to force everybody over towards C. This is going to be a completely free plant as that high tide once again comes back up. You get some shots coming out, but I mean, obviously UNCG, none the wiser right now. They're now finally starting to realize that, hey, they're probably on A, guys. We probably need to rotate, coming through the spawn, trying to do something on the T side spawn, of course, with classics in hand. It's going to be a little bit difficult to take on 5 people. Maybe they can get a couple of util frags here and just hope to remove some of those weapons away.
Yeah, and they have to go for something. Saving those classics is just going to be so detrimental for them moving forward. Going to run right into Kenny. Doesn't take the second fight, but does realize last member sitting there. Ironic, going to walk on out. Sees nobody yet. Should fall in the next couple seconds. And Keen off to a very confident start, but Ironic still able to get 1 gun out of their hands, not make it a flawless.
Yeah, I mean, great classic shots. I swear every single time I take a shot with that thing, it's off by about 24.5 feet. But you know, you take those whenever they land the dinks, and it's a great shot to get at least one gun away. But I don't really think it's going to be too much. You bring it back in 2 bulldogs, which obviously, as you know, can headshot and body shot and basically do it in quick succession with that ADS feature. I'd be scared of bulldogs, of course, on this full buy round coming up from UNCG. They're going to have to find a way to just play together, utilize their util a little bit better, because I'm not really seeing a lot of team play. I'm not seeing that trading out that we're seeing out of KU right now. Until they bring that in, it's going to be tough sledding ahead as we look at another default basically coming in. Spike just sitting right outside of B main.
And with this approach, it's pretty standard, a 2-1-2 out of UNCG as well. They're not looking to give anything away, allowing Hoshin to step up by Mound. Very least gives them a little ground to work with. Oh, this is just Ninja trying to step up, gain a little space. Good dark cover to slow this one down.
Yeah, and I mean, this default, obviously, they're going to have to find a way to push soon. And as soon as that dark cover comes down, it's not going to be on B. And Hoshi's going to lose this fight. It's going to come out right over the top. That's going to be also a Phantom possibly secured. And it's really going to be the decision of whether this chamber, of course, wants to push out or if they want to go ahead and just hold back. As Pinguino going to get a great shot right there. Sight appears to be clear. Of course, KU doesn't know that just yet. As Bush just holding that angle, they're running over towards the C site. It's going to be up to Bush to be huge here. Gets one, not able to get more than that. And here comes the execute almost immediately. And the massive rotate coming up. But you have to watch the Omen on the flank right now. Completely silent. Not spotted just yet. And all the Killjoy utility is out of range. That is massive right now.
Considering that's Armando smoke on the backside, not sure if Keen are going to expect the flank coming from so deep. It's done very well to stay silent so far. Going to use this dark cover for a little extra. And Ironic starting to drop against CZI. That'll take some of the util out of the picture. And Penguino with the pincer will finish the job.
They definitely finished the job, but it was expensive for UNCG. You lose 3 rifles here in this round. And that opening aggression is great, right? When it's on A, because that's the main focus point of the map with that that door, of course, that's over there in A link by A main. But you're not able to take that control. Instead, you just kind of pop out C on Mound. You get a little bit overzealous here, knowing how you did against this Keen team last season. Maybe you're feeling yourself a little bit. Maybe that's a heat check, but God, I want to see them play together a little bit more. If you're going to be aggressive like that, swing 2. Be sure to be able to trade out. You can't just be losing members left and right in the first 10 seconds of the round.
Completely agree. And looking at ultimates almost available, Keen, they've got CZI and GS9, both just 1 away, so those could come into play this round, and it's definitely something to keep your eyes on. It's a pretty heavy A focus out of Keen early on, trying to contest that space. Are gonna grab the ult orb for the run it back, so this does look to be the direction they want to go. Use that Phoenix for a little extra info.
And the running back used the rush onto site, of course, combined with that harbor. Oh my, the team flash onto 2. Unfortunately for, of course, GS9, not able to find anything. Hoshi's going to find one with a bulldog here, just spraying through that high tide, able to find that out. And here's Bush. The Bulldogs are just better than everything right now. Luckily, Kenny's finally going to be able to get that trade as the execute comes out. And of course, the Viper's pit up as well. Armando's going to be able to take out Ninja, but they still haven't found the member in the pit just yet. Sitting there with the shorty, just hoping to stay alive. There's one. Can they get the second? No, unfortunately, it's going to be the fact the shorty only has 2 bullets. Going to end that one up. Hoshi's going to be able to clean up on the backside. And again, a little bit expensive for UNCG, but you put together 2 rounds now. You should be theoretically at least okay enough with your economy to be successful next round.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be a little tight. A bit of a half buy, maybe a hero rifle coming through for Keen, and UNCG able to carry 2 rifles. Should be able to put together a decent enough buy, 3-4 rifles for them across the board. But I really liked how Keen were trying to play even with their numbers disadvantage. They got both ults up and just wasn't quite enough. And now they're going to have the tour de force moving into this next round on Kenny. And Bush gonna pop theirs as well, so that'll mean full buy for Greensboro and at least some danger potential out of Keen.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that Keen can find some value out of this. He's currently solo on A, looking to potentially take a fight, trying to get on top, of course, of that root spot. It's so dirty being able to play that angle, but unfortunately just kind of sitting on the ground here. If he swings this, Bush will have a small advantage is there's just too many angles to cover for Kenny to be able to pop that shot. Whereas you're looking at Bush, one angle, and that's it.
To me, I think that for Keen to make this one work, they have to hope that there's a little over-aggression from Greensboro, as they really are leaning towards this being a B fake into a C hit. And the fact that Kenny was able to take advantage of Bush stepping a little too far forward is huge for them, and couldn't get the timing on Armando, so it's a 1-for-1. This is pulling a lot of focus for Greensboro over to the right side of the map, and this hit just barely gets spotted by Hoshi. Ironic gonna bring Bush back from the grave and just try and hold on to this site for as long as possible, or get an exit or two. Catches Gemma with her utility out, and the teleport over as well should open the door for Greensboro to start pushing into site. Already good frags moving forward, just 2 members left standing, and Cizai able to get one back, so is GS9. But Ironic removes the Viper, and Armando with a nice 3K. It was a half buy for KU, so I think they're pretty happy with 2 kills and a plant, but UNCG also going to be pretty happy carrying over most of their rifles.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I wasn't aware that we were playing Call of Duty today, but jump peeking that angle, Kenny, you mad lad? Like, there's an operator on that other side, because A-Long is definitely the best sight line that you have right there, right? A main, A stairs, that kind of look. And my man just ego swings the absolute bejeebus out of gets the jump shot. Unfortunately, not able to find the second. That's kind of where the round falls apart, because everybody else just rocking, of course, with those sheriffs. It's really hard to win against rifles unless you're just sheriff demons. And unfortunately, that round they weren't. So we're going to see what can kind of pull out here. I'm expecting to see more aggression, of course, towards A, and we're already going to see that cascade rolling through. A little bit of spray, actually going to find a little bit of chip. No, not able to get through root with the wall bang. So Cizai going to be here. They're expecting that C aggression, but this is what I like. Bush and Hoshi both here right now, but you can't just solo peek it like that. You have to give the opportunity for the second swing. It's not going to happen, and we're now once again in a 4v4.
A great pick from Penguino out of mid to keep this at an even score line. Or really Hoshi's response, keeping it even, is there's so much space taken by Keen by this A site, but they just haven't converted it quite yet. The spike's still all the way back at spawn. And from this position, Visionary, where do you think that they really commit their approach? Because it seems that they want to angle for a fast B hit, and maybe that's just the case. High tide dropped, and Penguino on the opposite side of it, so should be able to at least contest for one. Drops the dog for some early info and realizes it's time to wait for backup, as site will get taken. Utility used to clear things out. Curveball just going to run right into the smoke, and the flash, counter flash works out because Armando's here. As the Seekers are going to get sent, and all of the re-entries are starting to work for Greensboro, as I don't know about the lockdown being committed in that moment, as everyone rushes in, and the Spartans are up to 4.
The Spartans have done a really good job of kind of playing and using Keen's passiveness, or just their patience, really, against them. And I'm seeing this right now, and I'm continuing to see it, to where they're taking all this space, right? Like, you're pushed up all the way almost on A. You have stairs basically smoked off, and you were just waiting to push, and you're like, you know what, we're going to hit B here. And with any 3-map site, is of course an attacker is called by KU, right? Or a timeout is called by KU right now. We're going to see how they kind of talk about this, but I said it at the beginning, right? Most teams that are assertive in college Valorant end up catching wins. And right now, I just don't feel like Keen is very confident in their first read. And the only reason I say that is because they're not really taking any opening gunfights, minus just being able to catch the lurkers out from UNCG.
Yeah, they're not creating opportunities for themselves. And to me, this reads to a point that their coach actually got a chance to send to us, is that they're trying to work on not overcomplicating their plays and trying to be as clean as possible. I think that last round was a good example of, there were 3 members sitting A main for, I want to say 20, 25 seconds and not committing to either this being an A hit or a B hit. And the fact is, they were trying to have this long lurk up to B from their Viper. And I feel moments like that where they're not choosing to be decisive, they're getting in their own heads, has been a big part of their downfall, where it gives that extra time for a rotate, or allows the defenders to just take that extra step back.
And also, just the kind of fact that you don't have an initiator. You have nobody that can actually gain intel as to where the members of UNCG are right now. And I understand the double controller makes it so much easier to defend this map, because you're just able to get rid of all the sight lines, right? All those choke points not going to be able to be seen through. But at the end of the day, are you going to hamper your offensive progress that much when you're doing this? Yes, you have 2 rounds in the pocket, but you're also not on an optimal buy right now. You decide to force up. You got Guardians, you got Bulldogs, you got a bunch of everything, kind of a smorgasbord of a buy, or a charcuterie board, if you will. And again, you have no way to gain intel. So you see the smokes coming out. Those could be from anywhere from Omen. They're expecting this B rush to come in. But I mean, if you're going to B-rush, you might as well just buy Stingers and Light Shields and completely run it down versus buying Bulldogs that can still lose out to a gun with the fire rate of a Phantom.
Exactly, and now they're still just holding on. High Tide finally dropped and used the curveball, so for a little bit of entry. Does force the defenders back. Pinguino and Armando just trying to hold on. His Viper Wall committed as well to hold the space. It does just look like it's going to be a quick wraparound, and the Showstopper used to try and clear out a couple of corners. Not going to find a kill, but tons of damage onto Seasai, who will eventually fall. That's a lot of utility taken off the table as Nano Swarms are dropped, and now without any snake bites, going to be fighting through this wall. Pinguino and Gemma getting a couple of kills for themselves, and it's just a spray right onto the spike through the smoke, and it's all going the way of Keen. They got scrappy, and it's working, as this is still a stick. It will be GS9 finding the final kill, and Keen off the timeout find a way back in.
I can't even break that down. Like, that is something that I haven't seen in half a minute. Just 2 teams blasting each other outside of smokes. They quite literally looked at the smoke, looked at the wall, and said, so anyway, I started blasting. And that was it. Like, we know the general area of the spike. We're going to see what happens when we spray through this and hope we can catch a round. And it's a great job. You got an operator in Kenny's hands now, 7 and 5, the top frag right now for Keene University. Got to feel good about that. And of course, we're going to see the Cascade come out. I don't mind the holds, but Bush going to find one. Some operator on operator and chamber on chamber crime coming out to start off this round. And it's going to kind of hamper the progress once again, because you're not going to have those sightlines be able to be taken care of. And there's so many angles that you have to clear here when you're trying to push on A.
And it's evident that Keen wanted to try and run that momentum forward and turn this into a fast A hit. Instead, losing your Opera right off the bat just puts complete stop on that, as they are going to drop Harbor Ultimate, and it'll give GS9 an opportunity to step in onto Bush, take revenge for their chamber going down, as Ninja grabbing Ironic as well. Will lead to a pretty safe plant and a pretty slow rotate from the opposing side, and Seasai already has that Viper's Pit back up to make this retake that much more difficult.
And I've noticed that they've really prioritized grabbing those orbs in the early portions of the round and feeding them over to Seasai, because once, I mean, sights on this map are so small, but this is huge. Oh, Hoshi just misses Seasai. That was so darn close to being spotted, and it just doesn't happen. Ninja's going to be able to find one here. Pongino going to find a couple potentially here. This is going to be very, very difficult. And nope. Going to be Seasai once again coming through, getting a kill with that beautiful shorty, and we're going to be notched up at 4s. So I really like the prioritizing of the Viper's Pit, being able to utilize that, because you can see it on the minimap yourselves, guys. This isn't just me. Look how small these sites are. Essentially, Viper can cover all 3 of these sites, and you can just sit there, hunker down, and be able to do it, because you look at the opposing lineup, the only person that has anything that's throwable is of course the paint shells, and those are getting used early on in the rounds to be able to try to clear out some angles on the defensive side, or just put some pressure to make them hold back. So when you don't have that utility to go ahead and dump, it makes it that much more difficult as well to go ahead and push into that pit.
Armando wanting to take advantage of some of this orb pressure we've seen so far, is Seasai immediately grabbing Bush, but Armando using that adjustment to their advantage for just a moment, grabbing one Vandal out of the opponent's hands, and Pinguino with the Seekers now up does give them an out to try and turn this round, but still a lot of time being wasted by Keen, being very methodical, trying to not give anything away. They know there's Sheriffs and Marshals potential on the other side, and Hoshi giving away the lurk, as Kenny just wants to take this duel, but Hoshi wins with the Marshal madness.
That is a magnificent shot right there by Hoshi, and Pagino got to make something happen here, and sorry, you're not losing that close up with the Sheriff. Your first shot's got to be on point, and unfortunately it is not, as the pressure is going to come, of course, through A door. Once again, good shots landed by Ironic, able to find one, but it's a 1v2 right now. Hoshi has full HP right now. 125 shield to deal with. Gets the shot on GS9, able to get the defuse. That is a massive round right there. Of course, they were on a save as well. They're able to pull out the clutch, and apparently the B site is just Keen's kryptonite right now.
It feels like it, but unless they can spray and pray on the spike, it's been their downfall. And that round, you just got to give it to Hoshi. Straight up wins the Marshall v Vandal duel, then turns it around to win a 2v1 clutch at the end, putting in so much work. But also Armando finding the opening pick, drawing a lot of that timeout. Been really impressed with UNC's ability to just adjust on the fly and make these really quick differences. It's throwing Keen off guard.
I mean, it certainly is. And even here, you're seeing that double aggression out of C once again. I think that's extremely important, as the spray down, of course, going to come in for that A main control. And I think this is going to be a common thread that you see, whether it be collegiate Valorant, whether it be professional Valorant, whether it be game changers. It literally doesn't matter. This fight for A main is going to be pivotal to being able to take space on this map and give yourself options. We're going to continue to see this thing fought for over and over and over again as Hoshi actually breaks out a door. It's going to be a little bit of pressure there, but they're going to be able to wall that one out. And Hoshi's going to have to bail just a little bit, but gets found by Kenny. And here is a fast rotate back over to the B site.
It seems they want to try one more time. Is Kenny going to get caught by their counterpart on the rendezvous? Is Penguino able to get some revenge? Quick turn back around to the C site, and I like how Keen said we're going to show a lot. A, we're going to move B, and if that doesn't work out, let's just head over to C. Get the nice open plant before Greensboro can respond, and it's a nice post plant they're already setting up for themselves with Greensboro slow on the rotate.
I mean, you have snake bites, you have nano swarms, you have everything you could possibly need, and look how many are playing off site right now. Literally, just that turret right there is available, and there's the wall as well. You have the Phoenix throwing their hot hands, like everything and their mother is being thrown at this right now. There's one nano swarm. It actually missed. Are they going to be aware of this? They're going to stick it. You have to be able to find something here. It's going to be gone. They're going to be able to get the ninja defuse through the Omen dark cover. Are you kidding me right now, UNCG?
That was absurd. That's a pros don't fake moment. But for Keen, if you're not hearing a retap, if you're not seeing counter spray from who's defusing, you got to assume it's a stick, and they were just a little late on that snake bite to try and bounce it back. If that gets dropped a second earlier, Armando dies on the spike, and we still have a round going on, right? And instead, UNC, they grab themselves at least an even half and are looking for more as, once again, Cascade dropped out of main.
And I'm just looking at it, and it's always so weird to me to see a full team playing off-site on a retake potential. It just, you have to have somebody at least there to fight and put pressure on it, and I feel like that's kind of where Keen faltered on that last round. But it's not gonna matter this time, because GS9 gonna come through, get ironic, and they're just using and abusing this door right now. They do not care. They're gonna rush through it. This is gonna be the first time in a hot minute, but that's gonna be a great paranoia to kind of delay the push. Also, that orb being dropped as well, so Harbor, the wallbang protection is gonna be there. Armando finding another one, slowed for half a second. It doesn't matter. He's gonna find two. Can he find three? No, it's gonna be Gemma with some fantastic shots. She's been doing a great job on KJ so far, as Cizai gonna be able to swing one on the back, and now it's a 2v2 with the plant potential, but the Seekers coming in as we speak.
Oh, dropped, and Kenny starts off the damage, getting rid of Bush, and it's all up to Penguino. The Seekers already destroyed, so won't be able to get any extra info there. Knows he's not going to win on the long sight lines. Cizai's the one to watch, but still all the time that was bought means there wasn't a plant, and seems they'd rather just take a safe site, knowing Penguino has to be on A, and go for a reset.
I really don't mind this time. I mean, you have 20 seconds. The only thing I mind is I think you run all the way C. You get as much distance as you possibly can. I understand there's 3 people available, but it almost looks like this is going to be kind of, I mean, there's no double swing potential here. You're going to have both Chamber, of course, watching CT, and then you're going to have the Viper just watching the spike. I understand that ideally, right? In the ideal world, with the spike being right there, this should be relatively easy. You just get the orb down, you get everything else down, but there is the blind. And it's just weird geometry with these maps, right? You see the little hinges on the door right there on the sides. The trim stopped the snake bite. I want to see, even though they come out with the round, you have to make things as simple as possible for yourself whenever you're doing a new map, right? Because there's going to be situations that you haven't run across in ranked or even in scrims, and that right there is a good example of it.
Exactly. I was really scared when that snake bite went wide. I was immediately having flashbacks to when Hoshin clutched up, and it was just going to be a great one-player performance. But Keen able to pick up that crucial 11th round, put themselves to 5 up, and now Bush going to slow things down, getting rid of Ninja. Immediately answered by GS9, and Hoshi all the way back. Showstopper not going to get any damage dealt. It's 4v4 and a couple lurkers behind.
I do like the double stack with the lurk right now, but this is going to be a good job, of course, by GS9 just to be able to get on site. Doesn't even care, of course, about the trademark. Just going to run right through it. As Bush is going to be able to find one. Gemma's going to find 2 on site, but Hoshi's going to get the trade with the paint shells. Now Ironic with a Bucky in hand. This is not a duel you want to take, but oh my, there's an opportunity. And now it's a 1v1. We're going to have 2 Vandals going at each other. Of course, the Blazewell going to be up just to buy a little bit of time. In GS9 versus Bush right now, you have to just sit there. You have to be patient. Not a lot of noise made until that. I believe that's going to be heard unless he was just out of range. But A going to continue to be watched right now by Bush. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe he was just gone out of that. And it's looking like another B plant. You got 40 seconds, brother. You might as well go see.
I'd rather see him go see and play towards defender spawn, but might just look for that same kind of position. Does have some Molly options. And playing on your own, B site, half on the line. Keen are just trying to even things out. Don't want to be at a disadvantage on their map pick. Going into the defense. It's just playing the back angle very, very slowly. We're seeing that Bush just has to clear every single angle, knowing how much Keen have liked to play off-site, and so far seems to be comfortable with what's been cleared so far. Is going to try and get the stick, and just to get it to half. Going to peek out and is in the wrong way. It is going to be GS9 picking up the 3K and an even half for both squads.
Switching sides.
I do love that right there from Keen, though, because we're looking at it, right? And last time they play one angle with 2 people, and then they plant the same exact position, and you have GS9 coming through and being like, you know what? We're playing a different angle this time. Don't really care about it. We're going to play, of course, back towards A, which is obviously dangerous because you don't really know where Chamber is at that point, right? Like, theoretically, Bush could have been anywhere. There wasn't really any sound made. He didn't really run inside the site. So theoretically might have been able to get flanked and get caught from behind. Luckily enough, it was just a big brain play, of course, by GS9, able to get that done. And 6-6 half. I mean, we talked about this in the pre-show as well, of course, J Turbo. Like, there's not enough data to really know what side this map kind of leans on, especially when we see 2 controllers on it for the first time.
And I hope that in this moment, right, we don't know what these 2 controllers can really do on defense. This is certainly my first time seeing this kind of setup, and we saw on offense it struggled to gain information and be that proactive, stepping up onto sites, but now they can cut off as many sight lines as they want. Already some good smoke setups on both sides as GS9 will grab Armando for that first pick. Hoshi getting the ult orb, so at least a little value gained from this A presence for Greensboro, but they don't realize they're running right into a headhunter, and he's looking, only grabbing one off the back of it, but still, it's a 2v4. Greensboro, their backs against the wall.
Seaside was actually able to get a pick on the chamber that was lurking up C as well, using that wall to their advantage. So I think this is going to be massive right now. You see the pre-fire coming out. Seaside definitely knows that they're here. They're having to clear 14,000 angles at once. Are they going to be able to push through this? They are. It somehow misses everybody. Ooh. But, oh, the double swing coming out. There was support from behind, of course. GS9 once again coming up big, and I really like kind of Keen's game plan around this so far. They've been playing it really smart, and I still think Keen as a team is trading everybody out a little bit better than UNCG is. UNCG was just able to win a few more individual gunfights to notch this at 6-6. I feel like if Keen continues playing like this, it's going to be a strong showing from them on defense.
I mean, we have to remember that it was 4-2 at Keen's timeout, and then they bring it back to 6-7, right? This is their first lead of the game, and it's been off the back of slowing down and remembering their set pieces, making sure that they're playing to what they know and they're not overcomplicating these positions. And we can tell that this is practice, right? They're removing the potential to push into the ult orb, making it that much more dangerous, as Hoshi doesn't really care, still wants to try and punish that wall being a little too deep. And I just really like the adjustments we've seen out of Keen from that timeout.
They've been perfect, and you said they added a coach, they changed IGLs this semester, and it seems like they're very cohesive, at least in their game plan, and it's been working out in their favor so far on this new map. Now, again, kind of a pocket pick coming out. You might be able to be like, hey, you know, they grinded this, we didn't, we have the other maps to fall back on. But with the adjustments to split as well, I think it's going to be interesting to see, is almost nobody right now is on this A site. The alarm bot is triggered, the swing going to come out, and oh my, it is a bloodbath instantaneously from GS9 once again. Bush trying to find some value with that headhunter. It's not happening yet, and Hoshi somehow found their way on site, might be able to find one, and is able to and get out at least. And there is the Nano Swarm plus Kenny doing work right there on Hoshi.
So well done on site for Keen, playing off of their utility contact, not giving anything else away. And now Bush just going to try and snatch one more gun out of Keen's hands. Has that headhunter, 1 bullet in the chamber, so really just looking for a 1. Done, actually turns up to the Spectre off the run. Gets one back, has some one-tap potential, goes for the stick, and Gemma will be able to snatch that one away. 2 taken off the board for Keen as they go up to 8 rounds.
Keen is just doing a magnificent job. Obviously, huge gun advantage there. The anti-eco working out extremely well. Of course, they did lose 2 guns. I don't think it's a huge issue, as we're actually going to see GS9 go ahead and buy up this round, play the Hero Vandal to go along with C-Size's Bulldog. So, interesting to see there. Kenny probably just buying some Headhunter bullets and opting for that Ghost. We're going to see as it goes on, and I got baited. It's actually... Yeah, GS9 is just going to run through every single option that he could potentially buy for this round and finally stick on the Marshall and try to peek this aggressively and finds one instantaneously. That's definitely beautiful. Able to get out as well. Of course, that double swing coming up from the Viper side going to help out. The hot hands coming out to delay the initial push into the C site. And here comes the door, and Kenny right here with a Ghost able to do some chip damage and fall off. But Hoshi is going to be able to take out Ninja, who is the second swing, of course, on that pick.
Found them.
Some fantastic tempered aggression out of the 2 C-Site members for Keen, using the ability to just double peek, and of course that Viper wall perfectly placed to set up for GS9's Marshall. And the fact that Keen have these options for their pseudo bonus rounds, right, where they have to buy up that Marshall and they're still working off of Spectres, that it shows they have a deeper playbook and they can turn these positions around. As does look like Greensboro trying to commit on to this A site. Armando will spot out Kenny, turning this into a 3v3. Gonna opt towards that B site to finish. And this should be a confirmed plant. Now for Keen, how do they approach this with how split their members are and how committed their utility is?
I mean, honestly, you just have to go at it, have the 2 play together, and have one hope to get a flank and catch somebody here. Armando here in a pretty strong position, going to continue to smoke out main. I don't know if they're aware that somebody's behind. Yes, they are. They're going to be able to swing this right now. The swing not going to be found. Armando is going to be able to take down Gemma. She does a great job, tries to get some good effort out of it. Unfortunately, not able to find the pick, as, of course, GS9 just kind of sitting here with that Marshall. This is not the spot you want to be in, and this crossfire is absolutely filthy. I'm expecting for blood here, but both actually get flanked. Sans is going to find one. Armando's going to find the second, and Hoshi, Armando there, just kind of with the trio of crossfires. Even with the blind, it's not going to be fast enough to delay them from taking them down.
Yeah, really good post plant. As you said, that triple crossfire, almost impossible to push into. I did like to see GS9 getting one with the Marshall off of the curveball. I think moments like that are always fun, where it's sort of just saying, hey, doesn't matter what gun I have, I'm still going to get the headshot off the peak. And now we've got our first true gun round of this second half, and I think it's going to be a real tone setter for how Keen's composition is going to be able to fare throughout this, as they do still have their Viper wall set up on C site, and they're committing the high tide as well. So, you know, force Greensboro to have to push through 2 lines of smoke to turn this one around. And now that nerf Boombot gonna spot one and trigger for the showstopper. Already Satchel's dropped, and that's gonna be the run it back used to try and stay alive. But the respawn point was too close. Armando grabbing Kenny as well leaves this C site ripe for the taking.
It certainly is right, but it's really going to come down. Oh, was the heal spotted from Sky? It looks like Caesar might have seen that. Is Ninja going to go ahead and grab an orb just to try to secure a little bit out of this. It's going to be a 3v4 retake. It's not going to be easy sledding ahead by any means. Strong post-plant positions played by just about everyone here, but the fight over on C from spawn side is going to be huge. Bush going to get traded out by Gemma. It was a good double swing that they had planned. Now you have to isolate your ones. You have to give yourself the opportunity to be able to isolate at least one gunfight so you can get into this 2v2, and that flash is not going to help as Hoshi, wait, doesn't find the pick through the wall. Now it's a 2v2, both are on backside. Pongino gonna find one. Ninja right here needs to find one, does. Pulls out the classic. Do you have the right clicks? You do. Can you defuse in time? No. It's enough, of course, from UNCG to secure the round, but that is a lot of economic damage done. And we talked about the first real buy round coming out from both these teams, and it is a bloodbath.
Oh, that is so incredibly tight with just the Phantom carried over from Ninja Violent. I mean, there's so much to look at, right? With Hoshi not quite being able to use Ponguino's flash and Gemma somehow finding a response out of that position. So well done by her to give Ninja the space to try and make that retake happen. And of course, that spike had ticked down too long, too much time snatched away by Greensboro. But these two teams so close. We're all tied up 8-8. This feels like the start of a Swift play match. It's just first to 5, and GS9 gonna grab Ironic for the first kill of the round.
Not only that, but they were on Sheriffs and Classics. So that, again, the double swings coming out every single time Keen has any disadvantage. It seems like there's two members of the team there ready to swing. They're able to capitalize once again on that, get themselves a gun now. So it's going to be a little bit more balanced. I believe it's going to be 2 rifles going into this and everybody else basically on Sheriffs. As you see, of course, GS9, aka Sanzuito's Stan. I mean, what a name, honestly. As Armando might get peeked here. Ooh, it's going to be dangerous. But yeah, that name is ridiculous.
Paint shells used to clear out the angle. And actually, GS9 wants this again. Not able to find the shots, and Hoshi grabs gems on site. That'll secure the plant, as 4 members now gonna have to try and rotate on over to get this somewhat even retake. Of course, the gun advantage firmly for Greensboro is gonna be a push primarily out of stairs. Stepping up, and this is gonna keep Bush cordoned off. Hoshi to grab Cizai, and the fact that Ninja was able to carry this Phantom over is going to be big, as this is a 2v1, but the guns are working out as Keen make this save work out for them off the back of a save.
I'm just surprised, right? And it just comes down to uncharted kind of, when you talk about defaulting, right? You're supposed to get information. You're not supposed to push deep enough to where you can get picked off by 2 people on a save that are going to swing on you. And we're seeing it time and time again where Greensboro just looks like they're getting just the slightest bit overzealous, and Keen is making them bite their nails on it every single time, being able to secure those guns, being able to go from a full save essentially to a full buy, and then flipping this on its head and looking at Greensboro, of course, again, having to save. And this double controller lineup is working out. You know, I kind of questioned at the beginning. It was something different. It was something that I haven't seen. At the end of the day, it's looking like it's being pretty darn successful, especially over on the C site.
I've really liked the ability to just have this harbor anchor be able to bring those high tides to either site if needed, and just delay Greensboro so much and open the door for Keen to be the ones controlling the pace of this game and set the tempo. And so many teams on defense are afraid to do that, just knowing that they don't have to act. But the fact that they've been mixing in some moments with Ninja, of course, holding that tight angle, grabbing the first kill onto Armando, makes life so difficult as Keen. They're trying to work together and systemically gain a little space, but they're just going to run into these really tight crosshair.
Yeah, and it just comes down again. Of course, Bush does have the Tour de Force available right now, so they might have an opportunity here to at least get some value out of this rotate over to the A site. Of course, with Killjoy being there, all of that utility is going to have to be found out at some point. Yeah, Bush is just going to have to walk forward until they hear it. And now they know, of course, that somebody's on A. And there you go again from B. It's so reminiscent on defense on Icebox when Viper will, I'm just going to go ahead and let this play. That's going to be a beautiful Rosa ult right there. We love to see those. One through the door right now. Everybody and their mother flash. Gemma's going to be able to get the trade. It's ironic, able to take out the turret. Does have the res available though, so if you want to bring that Tour de Force back online, you can, but Ninja's going to say no. It actually takes out Bush as well. That is massive right there, of course, for Keen. I was just going to say, playing that Harbor there and just leaving them there kind of isolated, right? Reminds me a lot of defense on Icebox, whereas Viper, if you play in Kitchen, you can actually effectively wall B site and A site at the same time.
Yeah.
That's just what it feels like. You have the ability to go ahead and cover for all of your team on both sides of the map. And by having that Viper just kind of shut down the C site and just make them hesitate the slightest bit each time they go, it's really forcing you, Greensboro, to really go through all their options in a round, right? And we're about to see it happen once again, unless Kenny's going to get a little aggressive here, which I think they might.
Oh, he's playing for it. He wants to try and take this peek as there is the bird dropped, and they're just going to peek off of it, use their opponent's timing against them as it's Cizai with 2 back-to-back, and will cordon off the entryway to the C site. So well done off of Keen. There is going to be the res coming through for Armando, and evens things up just a little bit, but Keen using their opponent's utility against them, using these moments to their advantage. This is such a crucial round. Put them to 11, starting to threaten that match point, and Cizai already up to a 3K. Bush manages to grab Kenny on site, and the spike will go down. There's so many resources still available for Keen as the rotates coming through from Waterfall. They're using the Cascade alongside it. Little spray in from both sides. There's the long flank watched by Ironic. It's GS9 gonna get spotted out, and Cizai up to 4. Maybe want to get that ace. Gemma's gonna make sure a 5K at most, and Ironic will burn down. Cizai gets 5, not quite the ace because of the res, but such a huge round out of the Viper from Keen.
Are we sure that Cizai? Oh, yep, you're right. You're right. I was about to say, theoretically, you can still get an ace even if somebody poaches that 6 kill, as long as you kill all 5 individual members. But apparently, I'm not watching the kill feed hard enough right now, but Cizai doing a great job, and Armando opting to take a timeout now for Greensboro. UNC kind of falling apart at the seams right now on this attack. They continue just to push through on that C site, knowing that Viper's going to be there, knowing that Chamber's going to be there, knowing are they going to swing, are they not going to swing. There's just so much uncertainty at the start of every round, and again, not having that hard intel, right? You have soft intel with Sky. She'll let you know if the bird blinds somebody. She's not going to tell you how many like KO does. Not going to tell you, of course, exactly where they are like Fade or Sova will. And just kind of trying to navigate these comps as we begin to see Lotus more and more as teams get more comfortable with it. I think it's a very exciting prospect.
I completely agree, and I'm honestly a little surprised that Greensboro didn't opt for a timeout sooner, considering how much momentum Keen was putting together off of their own timeout that was taken so early in the game. If we just seeing the round score, right? It's 4 rounds, it's 2 rounds. Like, there's these little strings, so maybe that's why Greensboro is always like, it's not that much, but the consistency has been there. And even in a few of those wins for Greensboro, they weren't clean wins by any stretch of the imagination. There have been a lot of really scrappy rounds so far, and I just think Keen, ever since they adjusted off of that early 4-round string from Greensboro, it's been control, it's been tempered aggression, and everything you could ask for out of a team that wants to bounce back from a weak fall split.
Yeah, and they're doing it effectively, and we see, of course, the high tide actually being used straight down A main, essentially. I love seeing that right now, just because it's something different, right? There's different looks every single time. Bushes are just going to be anchored here on top of Roots. Are they going to be able to find value out of this as it drops and nobody's going to peek? It's just one of those close things, but Ninja's coming back for more. Going to find one, and Bush is able to get away with their life. So it's a great opening pick. We already have the spike down on B site as well, and Ponguino gonna be over here just looking for that A-side rotate. Here's a great flash, gonna pre-fire it. Just stick it, brother, you can do it. It believes in himself, and Hoshi here on top of the wall. This isn't gonna be spotted just yet either, and Gemma's in a real rough spot trying to come from that choke point. Here's a smoke, and yeah, everybody and their mother's just gonna be found out right now, and it's a good, of course, snake bite coming out from Cizai, but you took out one. Good job. UNCG has a good answer right there. That early aggression, just one person popping out of A, being able to go into B quickly, get the plant down, and just be able to anchor it afterwards. And now the economies are basically even.
Very pivotal next round, and that last one, really good for UNC to win immediately following their timeout. But I have to say, it felt like it was kind of gifted to them by this gamble that Greensboro went for, leaving B just completely undefended. And then, of course, Bush coming up huge on this anchor route. The fact that there was just a little bit of disruption and no vision out of that mid area, and we're already seeing the adjustment of 1-2-2 put together to try and prevent that same kind of issue. But now, so much A pressure out of Greensboro. They're seeing these moments, they're taking them, and they're starting to read Keen a bit like a book. As this KJ util is going to have to be huge on the A side if they want to hold against 5 members strong, as they're just going to start pumping out more into that tree area, get some chip damage dealt, as it's going to be a blunder out there as Hoshi grabs number 1 onto GS9. Don't think they realize Gemma is still waiting up here, so this could be dangerous as they peek out, and it's right into Gemma, and she mows them down. Just 2 left on site, and that just opens the door for Keen, but Armando on a flank as well, as Gemma with a 3K to save that round and put Keen to match point.
She just secured herself a lockdown as well to be used. So if they get a hard read on the initial push, you're going to have Gemma just coming out ready to shut anything down that she possibly can. You said it feels like they had it read, right? And especially, I agreed with you up until the point where the harbor wall, the high tide, was thrown behind everybody that had aggressed onto A. And I was like, okay, this is a bit something different. And then playing 2 people in tree, where you're just sitting there like, oh, they didn't fully clear it. And as much as I hate to say it, you can't be doing that at this level, right? This is diamond to high radiant. Like, you can't just be letting somebody sit there and be like, okay, yeah, we're both going to back up into this. We didn't fully clear it, but we don't think anybody's there. And the tempered aggression coming out again, and actually 3 people on C. They might have made this hard read right here, just kind of leaving Gemma alone and understanding the sheer fact that, hey, she has the lockdown if she hears anything.
And you can always use it for that retake if you want to play a little more passively, as Kenny realizes there's no duel to be won in that moment. We'll just rendezvous out. Ultor picked up for Hoshi. There's a lot of space being grabbed by Bush. Looks the wrong way, but pinpoint precision to take that lockdown off the map. This will open up the A side as well, and we can already see the hard rotate starting, but Ninja's waiting for it, and he manages to spot multiple and grab one on the way.
That's just huge right there that, it's not cleared, and Armando is going to have a nice juicy little flank here, because I don't think he was discovered sitting in the corner, of course, of B over by the spawn, and it's something I love to see. I'm loving this back and forth that we continue to see. The spike is going to go down, in fact, and we're probably going to see this this reckoning being used, just trying to get somebody. And what a shot by Ninja, just literally bailed out their Phoenix, able to get him away. GS9 got to say thank you for that one. The flash is coming out everywhere. There's one blind, but Ironic's going to be able to find it. The Molly's going to get dropped by Cizai, and there it is. Armando right now, the chance, not going to be able to pull it off. It's going to be map number 1 for Keen. And the big news here, J Turbo, is the sheer fact that UNCG just dropped their first map so far this season.
Yeah, they were 4-0 going into this map score-wise, and now they've taken that first loss. You got to question the mentals, but also for Keen, right? You pull out the Lotus pocket pick, you pull out the win after an early timeout, and it was really night and day. So much control picked up after that light little pause, and I was really impressed with all the adjustments we saw.
I mean, the adjustments were phenomenal, right? You got a coach, you brought somebody in to try to help grow your team, and it's very evident the growth has been found. And I can't be more proud, of course, of Keene University coming out and doing this in map number 1, but it is their map pick. We're going to Split next, J Turbo. And among me and my friends, at least, Split is known as just the maker of essentially the maker of games, right? Like anytime that you play Split, it feels like it's going to go into overtime. It feels like it's going to last forever. It just is one of those maps that is so even and not really attacker defender sided, because obviously it has a bias there, but just it feels like everybody's played the map for so long, and the changes weren't drastic enough for me to think that this isn't going to be anything but just an absolute onslaught and just bare knuckle boxing essentially.
Exactly. It's really similar to how it was on launch. Of course, made it a little bit more even, but teams having so much time, all of these players being so skilled, it's certainly going to be one to watch. And we'll have to see if Greensboro can bring that one back on their map pick, or if Keen can answer back in 2-0, a team that 2-0'd them last season. We're going to go to a quick break before we're right back here on the Esports U Network with more ECAC Valorant.
What's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Bob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do, and why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been
Welcome back as we're heading to split Greensboro's map pick after Keen snatched up theirs on Lotus. Super well done, and now I'm really excited to see the adjustments we see onto this not-so-new map.
Yeah, changes that were made to it weren't very drastic at all, to be completely honest with you. It really just comes down to, the shortening of that little area, so you can't make that skill jump on top of B-Box anymore, kind of circumventing Sage's wall being there, and a few adjustments, of course, to B Hell as well as Rafters on A. So it's going to be a little bit different, but I don't think it's really subjectively changed Split enough to change it from what it is, which is kind of a defender-sided beast. It's certainly helped a little bit because it's taken away a lot of 50-50s that you can get off the rip. But I'm sitting here, and we talked about it again just before, during the break. Like, is Raze still going to be viable here to get that hard intel into B Rafters from mid on offense when the boombot duration has been decreased in half? Like, you have 5 seconds instead of 10 seconds now. You're not going to be able to get a hard clear all the way through to B Rafters. So it's going to be interesting to see if a different duelist is played.
Exactly. The fact that you no longer have that main piece of recon you'd use for Rafter. And now I'm thinking, do you go Neon? Do you go Jet, right? Because Neon can get some of those stuns in some of those similar corners where you might rely on Raze paint shells or that boombot. But also, on the other hand, you've got, of course, a bunch of questions around, are you going to be running KJ or Cypher? Because both of them like this map quite a lot. And now that we've already seen Keen are comfortable on the Harbor, I doubt we're going to see it on this map. But there's still the question to be had of what kind of adjustments are they making outside of these adjustments that have come to the map and also these agents.
I've seen some nasty cylindrical walls that do work and wonders on B site. I not really sure about A site here, but we talked about it. Ray's, of course, still going to be played by Hoshi, who also played it on Lotus. On the other side, actually, that's another great example as well. Subbing in a Fade, right? Because Silva was never really viable on this map. It was probably one of his worst maps in the rotation when he was out. Now you have the Prowlers to at least maybe clear out those angles that Ray's Boombot can't. Obviously, the duration still isn't long enough to be able to hard clear it, but if you push together as a team and you take a little bit of that space in mid, you'll be able to go ahead and at least clear out the easy angles that you can get on B Rafters, which we know is a huge fought for spot almost all the time on Split. If you are able to gain mid control, it becomes infinitely easier to win rounds.
Exactly. The fact that this map is so mid-focused is going to be that point of contention. I think the Sky, this Breach, that double initiator combo is going to be really, really effective for UNC Greensboro. But Keen, we're seeing a lot of very different approaches, right? It doesn't look like they're necessarily going for that double initiator. They're opting for the KO instead of either the Breach or the Fade. And this Brimstone as well, I like it for CZI. I think that he's very strong on this map. But with the rest of the team, we're seeing the Yoru locked in for GS9. And we know he's no stranger to some aggressive duelists with the Phoenix last game. But it's still a really big question, right? Double duelists on Split.
Run it down like it's ranked. Take dubs. I'm not used to seeing this. Obviously, you typically want to use that utility to kind of delay pushes on Split if you get hard reads on, you know, what your opponent is doing. Coming out and seeing two duelists come in, it kind of makes it known what they're planning on. And yes, it is nice to have a quick rotate. I mentioned it when everybody was hovering Yoru to begin with. On Split, however, other than the flashes, I don't really see a lot of value out of his utility here. There's just not enough really counterplay to go unless you're just going to be flashing out and going absolutely crazy and TPing all the way down, of course, into essentially screens, right? Like on A, or, you know, TPing up into Rafters. I just don't really see the value out of it. Now, obviously, he was the top frag last game too, so he can do whatever he wants at this point. Sometimes as an IGL, you just have to go say, hey, GS9, go kill. Maybe that's the strat they're running right now.
And that would be fun, is now Kenny already stepping up. Was in the chamber last time, swapped over the Jet, so still playing that aggressive main opper style as Ninja does flash out, but it doesn't manage to catch Ironic, so scary moment to be sure for the peaks out of Keen. But overall, just a little bit of mid contention to start things out. And one point I'm also a little interested in is whether or not Keen are going to have much success on retakes, considering the ease of execution for Greensboro for their site takes and retakes with their executes. But for Keen, it's a lot more varied and there's a lot more difficulty to be had, as Ninja will drop the knife, does get shot away, and now here comes the blind. It'll be a good start, but Kenny gets behind, snatches out Armando in the astral form, and grabs Tonguino as well. It's a couple of really big kills to start off this round. Ninja grabs the timing onto Ironic, and now it's just two members left on site. They're gonna get the plant off, but it seems that will be it, as the rest of the members are running forward for Keen, as these early duels working out for the members up in heaven, and it's just Hoshi. He's got 10 HP. He's gonna get peeked in this moment, and Kenny not spotting the initial read, but does pick up the 3K.
And I mean, 4 people still alive, and we talked about, of course, Split being a little bit defender sided, right? But that's a masterful retake, and it's really just comes down to Kenny being able to swing behind 2 and be able to get value out of that Sheriff. Get the head tap. Okay, another one swings just to try to, you know, trade him out. It's not able to find it, and Kenny's able to get that value. They do get the plant down, so at least, you know, maybe they'll have some guns, some frenzies, some shields at least, to maybe not die to the Marshal like it's an operator in round number 2. Seeing what they're doing right now, I'm picking up what they're putting down, and essentially it seems like Split going to be split pretty much even. I can't wait to see the gun rounds on this map right now, because obviously pistol round a little bit weird, but also like not seeing a Sage like, hey, let's fight for mid, instead of just sitting there and going ahead and trying to just wall it off and watch it get destroyed in 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, the fact that there is no Sage on this map, definitely not something we're used to seeing, but I do like it as well, right? You can just take out that you have to fight for mid control now, right? You have to go for smokes. You have to play a little more aggressively, and we're already seeing Kenny, who's trying to grab those initial duels, does get quite a bit of chip damage dealt, but still nothing conclusive quite yet, as all of UNC still just sitting out by the Scuttle Shack.
Yeah. I mean, they're sitting there in crab shack, not able to find much, and it comes down to, again, they were at least able to buy shields, and it was, of course, Ponguino who was able to grab shields, but falls to a second Marshall shot right in the chest, as that spike is now being watched like a hawk by Kenny. Two, of course, over on that left-hand side, going to try to get out. The smoke's going to be well-timed. It's going to be a small push here, and there it is. Here's the opportunity. Is Kenny going to be able to get away from this is the real question. The updraft, able to get him out. It's going to be some decent mid-control held down right now, but Ninja's going to be able to pull out one on the other side. Going for a second, not able to take down Hoshi, somehow just able to spray it down with the classic. Be able to find one, but Seaside trying to get value here. Going to turn on Ironic, trying to get a second one. Hoshi! Two with a classic, son?
The fact that this round is so close is speaking wonders for Greensboro. Keen have just been taking these disadvantageous fights, and now it's all up to Kenny. This constant trickle not working out at all, as now Hoshi has a gun and has an option. Draft was grabbed up. He's trying to get this line up, and does pick up the Bulldog, goes for the tap, wants to stick this to half. We're going to see the peek out from Armando. Oh, and the timing is just off. Armando's position given away. Gets the tap, spots him around the side, can't find the shot, hopes to push him far enough back that this can just be a stick from half, and it nearly is, as the shoulder peek a little too late, and Keen barely scrape out that round.
Kenny, oh my. Just the Giga Brain to get it half, put pressure on, push them through CT, and then be like, okay, yeah, I'm sticking it now. Don't have any cloud burst. Don't care. I'm just gonna stick it. Pros don't fake, apparently. It's beautiful to see coming out from Kenny. Now 6-0, by the way, as you can see the scoreboard. Absolute insanity coming out from him early, and I mean, the bonus round, we're going to see how it goes, but right now it just comes down to, once again, one of those small things that they're able to continue doing is this is actually a wicked setup right here. Do you have to use the Your decoy to be able to get that teleport up there?
I don't think so, but my guess is the logic is if there's a quick push, they're going to spot someone sitting up there and expect it to be the clone, and then bada bing, bada boom, you hop out on top. Of course, GS9 gets spotted, and it will be a quick take for side of Greensboro onto this B site, and this bonus really just more of a scrappy half buy. I think there's a Bucky in the hands of one player, and now just trying to clear out what they can, maybe get a few exits and go down themselves, pick up that extra money. As headshot onto Ironic, immediately traded by Ninja, who drops the Spectre, and that should be just about it. Gemma all alone against the world. Have to try and make something happen, or at the very least punish the member sitting in this corner. That'll be one, and Ponguino gets number 2 in response. Good round for Greensboro with the gun advantage.
I mean, I'm not mad for getting 2 out, but you're not going to be able to do enough damage to actually keep full buys out of the hands of UNCG here. So they're going to have the opportunity on offense to try to tie this up. And we've always seen Split. It's a very momentum-based map. It's always back and forth. It's always multiple successive rounds. So it's going to be up to Greensboro now to prove that after this, and it's... What is this scuffed buy? Did 2 people buy up on KU last time? It looks like they did.
Yeah,
Keen
they
going to be on
Spectre, and
yeah, they're going to be on the scuffed buy right there. It's going to be a little bit interesting as nothing is found, of course, with that Prowler, and I don't think that's ideal, of course, as we see a lot of pressure into A Raptors right now, and Armando has the swing with the Phantom, gets the headshot. The instant rotate is coming out right now, but Ninja's going to be able to be found as well. This is going to be A site pretty much taken, and it's just going to be, I believe, Gemma sitting there. Oh, Kenny. Okay, Kenny doesn't care about what they say, and it's going to be an instant rotate to B. They see Kenny, they know he's on fire, and they are rotating off of it.
We're going to see the Showstopper as well, I think, used to try and catch Kenny. Instead, it's just going to be Bush starting that off, as Hoshi wants to get some value out of the Showstopper. Will eventually launch the big old rocket. Won't find anything for it. It's 2 members remaining. Oh, slow push out of this side. And we'll say this isn't the worst position for Keen to try and push back into. With Ironic posted up, they spotted out the turret, but the fact is they're going to win this opening duel. The stun on top of it, that fault line going to make life very, very difficult. Peek out with the turret. Try to start things off as they realize it has to be a garage hold. Already a couple ticks found. Bush waiting up top. Good timing, and Hoshi with the second peek. Very controlled round for Greensboro. And Keen just scrappy buy after scrappy buy.
You have to full save here. You don't have a choice. The Bladestorm obviously already been used as well for Kenny, so I'm looking at it like, hey, you're probably going to go down 3-0, and looking at the economy at UNCG, unless you full save here and you're able to pull something out, you might be looking at 4-0, to be completely honest with you, if you aren't able to match up rifles with rifles, just with the way this is starting to swing. And I'm liking the patience. I'm liking the grit and the will, honestly, out of Greensboro to fight mid as hard as they are right now. They're using breach utility there. They are using the fade utility there. They're getting the most out of their initiators right now. And I'm continue just looking at Keene University, and their sole initiator has gotten a couple frags at the beginning, but hasn't really found anything with their knife or their util to really be, that kind of stamp on it, as Hoshi's able to find Seaside once again, and that's going to be the smokes down, as Ninja is going to be able to find one with 25 HP and being taken out by Pongi now.
Yeah, good response. Some nice aggression out of Ninja. Try and make a play. I think that's the only option you really have with this kind of game state, as Kenny does here. Satch from the side, gets the timing and picks up a Phantom, makes this round a bit scarier. Although this is going to be the long rotate back to B for UNC, but considering their Astra is just stuck here all the way back, it is going to force Gemma to have to watch behind herself, and Armando knows. He's got the timing, just going to grab that kill. It's Kenny against the world, and it looks like is just opting for a save here. Not going to go for anything too crazy. Might try and get an extra exit or two, especially on Armando, already having an inkling on that position. Gets the timing, gets the headshot, and now there's a real opportunity off of that kill. So a few seconds, gets spotted by the turret, has to try and pick where to get the fight, runs right into Paunguino, and it's 3 up for Greensboro. But that save, a little dangerous out of Keene.
Yeah, I mean, they look good with it, and that's all you really can do on a full save. You got it coming in. It's going to be a full buy versus a full buy. So definitely excited to see the first real and true rifle round that we're going to have here. Kenny is feeling at home on Jet on Split. But the difference so far in this game has really been the initiator's ability to set their team up for success, especially within that fighting for mid. You grab that mid control, you're able to play through, you can feel out, get picks on both B and A, and just decide where to go afterwards. And unfortunately, GS19 not finding any value out of that URU yet.
It's really unfortunate with how explosive GS9 was during so many of those rounds on Lotus. Of course, Phoenix, slightly different play style, but they both like to get in there, get aggressive with their flashes.
Recalling my bot.
But one thing I am going to say in favor of Keene, this is about how Lotus started as well, right? They pick up the pistol, and then Greensboro gets all of the rounds following the first gun round. They took a timeout after round 6 and completely turned the game around. So wouldn't be surprised if maybe a similar call is taken here, as we do see the null command dropped. So that at the very least will slow down this pressure from mid, force Greensboro to step back, and means a lot of time just wasted off the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, but you also have, of course, the astral wall, as well as not only the fault line, but you also have the rolling thunder here. So this aggression should definitely be able to be found. There is the cosmic divide coming out right now, and there is the execute onto site, of course, led out by that rolling thunder, and Bush here just playing the dirty lurk with Killjoy, and as actually able to get through everybody. This is absolutely disgusting. Just the backstabbing that is about to happen right now, as Hoshi's able to get one through the wall, and Bush just being so patient, letting one pass and knowing that everybody else is here, as Ironic finds, of course, GS19 or GS9 once again. Kenny's going to be found. Hoshi and Bush is just like, hey, peekaboo, I've been behind you the whole time. What's good? It's going to be 4-2, and I think this is the point where we're going to see Keene call another timeout just to try to get their bearings back on them, because they're on a save. You're obviously going to go ahead, go through, and try to really strat for next round, right? Next round should be a full buy round. It should be something where you can get a cohesive strategy together. But right now, there is nothing that is stopping UNC Greensboro from just taking over mid every round. And if you're going to continue to allow that to happen, it's going to be tough sledding ahead for you on Split.
And already seeing a couple differences just in the immediate approach. Kenny moving towards that A site. Looks like Seaside might be trying to play out of mid, and I was just thinking one of the only real stalling tactics you have for Keen is that Molotov from the Brimstone, and of course his smokes as well. So maybe that's the way that they try and gain a little bit more of that mid focus, because it has been a constant weak spot. We saw that super lurk from Bush because Keen could never get complete control out of mid, and of course we did see a couple big ultimates used in the Rolling Thunder and the Great Divide, but there was such coordination. It was such a clean round. All 5 stayed up for Greensboro, and that was, I think, one of the main advantages of their comp, is that it's pretty straightforward if you've practiced before, right? If you've practiced this kind of setup where you know where the fault lines or the Rolling Thunder is going to go, you know exactly what nades are going to be dropping. So I think that for Keen, they've either got to find a way to disrupt that really beautiful set piece or be able to just get some value out of their utilities. Right now, knife shot down, so no extra info gained out of this KO. The Sheriff gonna be found, or not much found at all, as Hoshi will get 2 back. Ninja, sure, with the trade, but it's not gonna be enough to do much. Does slow down the round, though, and I think that's what Keen are really looking for.
Yeah, obviously your strat isn't for the save. You're just going to kind of run it down, see what you can find, and maybe get a gun or 2 off of Greensboro here as the Prowler's going to be thrown out. The Nightfall about to be burned, and they're like, oh wait, this is actually a save round. That's a good opportunity right here, but the double swing going to be able to take out GS9. Nightfall actually is going to be committed here on the save round, and Gemma alone with a Marshall to haunt spots her as well. That's not good. And I understand securing the round there, and now you have a lockdown for next rounds. Maybe it's worth it, but Ninja might be able to find one right click here.
Got in the bush right around the corner. The Phantom headshot, a little too strong. Very good anti-eco from Greensboro. Now it's really up to Keen to change the pacing here.
And that's my question, of course, because we're going to see Kenny, and here's the answer that they're going to have, right? Kenny's going to use the Blade Storm this round, and regardless of what happens, I'm assuming he's going to buy an op just to slow down this mid push, right? He's going to be aggressive. He's going to be the one peeking out of course, just essentially mid and connector and seeing what they can find out of it. He's slowed down drastically, though. I don't think Kenny's gotten a pick in about 3 or 4 rounds, and he started out hot. It's going to be up to this Blade Store to get that utility and that value as they are pushing deep into this, and that's a great swing by Seaside as well, just to keep Kenny hidden just for the slightest bit.
Yeah, that's a massive kill on the Prowler. It does seem that Ironic knows something's going on mid, but can't confirm, as the showstopper is going to be committed to clear out. It's attempted to use to clear out ramp, but goes a little bit wide. So this default from UNC, they're just waiting to see what Keen's response is before committing to any site. And it's working so far, but you can only hold for so long, especially considering they used that Nightfall last round. They don't just have a run and gun ultimate to work with, as that Prowler will finally spot out Kenny, takes away 2 of those knives, and forces the retreat.
And guess what site is given up again right now? Oh my, Kenny. Okay, whatever. It's not given up just yet. Kenny has something to say about it. The updraft Blade Storm shot right there. Armando is going to be found by Ninja as well. The lurk is going to be shut down. Everybody knows that there was a ton of mid presence, so the split out is going to be coming right now. They're going to be heading towards the B site. There is the Killjoy turret set up as well to be ready to swing this. Bonguino not going to be able to find much. Kenny is just being a menace to society right now, smoking off main, waiting for the turret to make contact. They find it. The Haunt is going to spot him, however, so they know he's heaven as they swing this with 15 seconds to go.
And almost got the second. I wanted to let that Blade Storm do its magic, but Ironic manages to get one back. Not let this be a flawless for Keen, and some really good patience by Keen. They grabbed the space they wanted. They knew UNC was on this deep default and punished them for it.
That deep default, though, you do have to realize that you're burning essentially all 3 of Brimstone's smokes on it. I mean, the round is, what, 1 minute and 40 seconds? So that means you're committed to going ahead and fighting every other site. If you were going to play this mid this aggressively, and, okay, color me a caster being wrong again, right? Kenny is actually not opting for the op. He's going to go ahead and get a Vandal on this round, but we're going to see basically the same setup once again. A couple people swinging. Kenny taking another off angle, not going to be spotted, thanks to the help from Seaside. And a little bit more space being taken up mid right now, and this is just filthy. The flash come out, not going to hit Kenny. Here comes the incendiary just to stall some time, and we have 2 people literally sitting on the opposite sides of the boxes.
It's one of those scary moments as the peek out comes through. It's a trade in mid, and Seasai makes it more than that in favor of Keen. Has just 2 members left standing for the side of Greensboro, but it is a little bit more even as DS9 will spot out Bush in this moment. Does want to try and drop the flash. Instead just drops the body double. Armando actually grabbing Seasai. That's a very big kill. It's somehow to a 2v2. Both lockdowns are available. This is a scary moment, I think, for either squad. As teleport's going to be dropped on the A site, give him some options. The lockdown is committed, and this will be the rotate coming out of Keen.
The rotate should be strong here. Of course, we're going to see the Astral Clouds come up, and sitting here watching this Killjoy, not going to be able to spot anybody with a lockdown on the attacker side. The defender side one's still available, and there is GS9 able to find one. Now Armando gonna be able to find GS9. A little bit of chip damage done, but not much. But the defuse, the onus is on them to make this happen, and the jump peaks, I believe, are gonna stop this for the most part, unless they hit the shot of their lives right here. We're gonna wait for it to happen. Continue swinging. Not much oh, you're just playing with your food at this point. This is evil. This is absolutely rude.
And then now he's fed up with it. He goes for the half stick, but Armando realizes the time is ticked. I've done my job, and I'll pick up an even half for the Spartans. Really, really interesting round. I mean, it was so dynamic, and the fact that Bush and Armando were able to bring it back to a 2v2, so impressive.
It was extremely expressive. Honestly, it was just great positioning by both of them, right? Being able to go ahead, take the mid fight, eliminate one. They really isolated their 1v1s extremely well, but we have to talk about Armando as well, just having that lurk up the A site initially and being able to take that fight with Ninja. I believe that fight has happened 3 or 4 times. I'm going to be completely honest with you, and it continues to seem to happen as the Haunt's going to be spotted. The spray down's going to be coming on Seasai once again, and right now all of this smoke's going to be committed B, but Hoshi and Bush being able to find some, but Ninja's still alive over here on the A site, going to push them back just a little bit, and this is just going to be, once again, the mid is going to be gone, and it's looking like this is going to be a B rush, and they're going to be running right into Bush's almost all that utility, as Kenny is basically isolated here, and you have to get some value. Not going to find any when Ironic is swinging like that.
Oh, it's so unfortunate, and no opportunity to use the orbital strike. Ninja will grab a kill onto Armando with the lurk, so makes this at least a bit more playable. It's 2v3. Both players potentially looking towards that heaven area, but Ironic has just been winning the very, very necessary duels this round. Oh, missed flash, and Bush will take advantage of the awkward peak. 7 rounds up now for Greensboro, as it has been controlled. They've started to analyze and break down the mid-pressure Keen are trying to put together.
But the mid-pressure isn't mid-pressure. The mid-pressure is stall tactics, because you don't have anything to actually continually slow them down. So I would like to see the smokes maybe combined with the Killjoy turret there. Have the Killjoy maybe play B Heaven over here on Raptors. Just kind of see what you can get and keep that thing alive for as long as you can, just to kind of just delay it out. You still have those nano swarms available as well, and I understand playing your utility on site is a KJ's bread and butter, right? But when you have a team that is abusing the mid this hard, it's very hard to just kind of sit there and let it continue to go idly by, especially when Kenny is just out here wide swinging for his life trying to delay this push. It's going to be a good, of course, Molly out from the KO just to delay it a little bit, but look at all of this pressure already going towards the A site.
And Seasai is going to be on the wrong side of the vents. Good lurk up by Hoshi following the boom bot, and this is just going to be a quick run onto A site. Everyone for Keen already leaning towards B, realizing they have to rotate at this moment. But ever since that timeout, right, Keen gets one. They respond to some of the mid-pressure Greensboro was putting together, but that stall getting read so well by Greensboro that now it feels Keen has no options, and they're not making any for themselves either.
I mean, it's harder and harder to make options for yourself, of course, when you're sitting on an eco and, you know, you get peaked like that. Is Ninja does have a Phantom here. I would like to see him probably save this in the 1v4. Might be getting a little greedy looking for exit frags here, and there is everything in the kitchen sink being dumped on him. The concuss, the haunt, you have the other star coming out right there, plus the suck, And it's just, this is bullying right now, and this is what happens when you get overzealous. Everybody jumping down. Ponguino actually going to pick up the Bucky that was dropped by one of the members of Keene University. I believe it was Cesar had that Bucky. It was dropped whenever they peeked in. They're like, you know what? I'm going to torment you with a shotgun to the face.
I get the idea for Ninja, a little morale, get a gun out of their hands, but there's so much money. It's not like it's gonna make an impact because this is last round anyway. So I'd rather see them just be able to make sure everyone has full util and is as comfortable as possible. Maybe a couple extra upgraded pistols if they want them. Instead, this is their last round on defense. Try and get this to an 8-4 half, unless they want the 9-3 curse to try and bring it back. But still, with how good UNC Greensboro have looked so far on Split, it's hard to see a way for Keene to bring this one back. But hey, miracles happen, and it's always possible.
And it's Split, man. Anything can happen at this point. The Nightfall going to be committed. Not going to find anything, but the Rolling Thunder is. So it's a great job, of course. I mean, 3 ults getting dropped instantly. Now you have to worry about the counter ults. Here's the first one trying to deny the plant and give everybody time to regroup. Albeit this plant is going to be on the opposite side. Here's the Defender Killjoy being, Lockdown being dropped as well as this is here. Sees like, oh my, this retake just out of CT spawn going to be huge. Ironic's able to find 2 though. The spray down by Gemma is going to be able to be found, and here is Ponguino going to be sprayed through the box. That is a tight and very tidy execute. Great retake coming out from Keene to get themselves a little bit of momentum. But at this point, I gotta ask you, would you have rather seen the 9-3 curse than the 4-8?
Oh, that is a tough question, right? Because we saw it yesterday on Icebox in the NRG series, right? Where they were able to come back from the 9-3. But I don't know, for Keene, I think that they just want some breathing room if they lose this pistol. I think they'd rather have that than maybe a little bit of a mental buff, just because of how difficult the game gets if you lose this pistol, right? UNC likely getting up to double digits, and if you are at 9-3, that's 11. You put the fate of the game on that first gun round, so incredibly scary. So I think Keene just want to try and give themselves as good of an opportunity to play for the win, not for the tie.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good measured response, but it's not the hype response, you know?
True. Sorry, my bad. I should have just said 9-3 curse, give it to me, baby!
Yeah, that's right. That's the analytical response. That is the good mind response, as, of course, this 0 point not going to find anything either, and kind of comes down to one of those things where Ninja's just going to wide swing this. I mean, it's going to be a good blind as everybody just piles through this right now. Top of the Yoru clone as well. And oh my, the bullying is happening right now as you get the suck combined, of course, with the C's. That is massive, but they're not able to get any value out of it. So while a lot of util is dumped and they have the read over on this rotate pretty hard as the alarm bot's going to be triggered, it's going to be up to Bush to find one. Going to be able to pick off Gemma. So that's going to be a little bit nice as Seaside as well getting hit by that fault line as they rotate over. It's been read out pretty well by UNCG, and it's really going to be up to them right now to be able to try to bring something out of this round, and Armando's saying no.
And right there, it felt like Ninja was trying to sell the fake, but you can't die if you're selling the fake, right? You drop the util, you step away, and Ironic's still able to anchor very well, and now the response in from Hoshi as well back in Garage. Seaside, nice precise kill. But it is just going to be a 1v3 to try and mount this comeback for Keene. First duel going to be right up against Bush. And the one tap is present. Super well done. Lots of duels won for UNC as they are threatening double digits.
Threatening and, I mean, theoretically should achieve double digits here. It's going to have to be something of a miracle here with a Shorty, a Sheriff, and 3 classics, no shields, nothing else there. Obviously, the plant was not able to go down, so you're not able to even secure those extra $300 to maybe pick up shields and maybe make a bit of a difference here. 5 Spectres, very classic anti-eco coming out from UNCG right now. I've seen a mix of just about everything under the sun on Split, as well as, you know, with the current Mando with Stingers being the way they are, even at $1,100 you can find great value out of them, as this is just going to be a run it down mid scenario right now. Look at Kenny with the Shorty trying to do some damage. You're going to be able to find anything. Oh, just dash in and take it. Oh, not able to find it on Armando.
Oh, I believed. I saw the angle. I saw the clip. I believed for a moment that Kenny had any TikTok to post, but instead does just go down in flames. Ironic and Armando getting a kill apiece out of mid. It's just up to Seasai, as this is going to be the collapse of Flawless with a 3K for Armando.
It's just a great execute, a great anti-eco, right? They read out the initial pressure. KU loses one. They all rush up mid, and they're just patient. They play their game, and there was an opportunity there where Kenny gets the Spectre and maybe does a little something. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it today. So we're gonna see what KU can be on this buy round, of course, versus the 5 Stingers that were carried, or I'm sorry, the 5 Spectres that were carried over from last round for UNCG. So they did a great job, obviously, having a Flawless in that scenario as well. It just seems like we're not trading utility or trading each other as much as they were on Lotus. And I think that's kind of where this dichotomy has been in this matchup so far. And the kind of big difference that you're seeing. UNCG is much more comfortable on this map than it shows.
Yeah, and I'm feeling that it's really this Yoru that's going to need to find some value, and Hoshi just shuts him down right off the bat. Sure, Gemma gets the immediate trade, but this duelist just has not been grabbing that much space, hasn't been finding the opportunities that KU really need to make this composition work, as it seems they've been best when they're able to follow that clone in. As Armando grabs Gemma, it's just the 3 remaining members on A site for Keen. Of course, they have a temporary numbers advantage, but the longer they wait, the longer it allows for this rotate to come through. Bush going to be the first point of contact, unless Ironic makes it up fences. Now it's all even. They still have yet to clear site. There's still the option for them to go all the way back to B site. Have to watch for Ironic here, though, who's just waiting for some noise, waiting for some commitment, as the rest of the team are starting to close the trap onto their opponents. And Armando's the first one to find it, and will just get a 1-for-1. The quick rotate onto B, as UNC have to respond.
And they're going to have to respond by a retake with, I mean, some decent utility in hand, right? Most of your health as well. We're looking at, of course, Ironic looks like they broke their ankles, only hit 81, actually hasn't taken any shield damage somehow. That's weird. Haven't seen that one too often, unless they just broke their ankles off the original part of the round. As the haunt spots Kenny out, here comes the C's looking to maybe get Seasai. C's, that would be, Jesus, these names are killing me right now. The fault line going to come through as well. There's the swing Seaside down to 18 HP. Luckily enough, able to get the kill onto Ironic. Going to find, but there is the trade. And finally, we see a little bit of life out of Keen. But you have to remember, that was against 5 Spectres. They lost 4 rifles that round, and it's going to be a scuffed buy versus an absolute atomic full buy coming out from UNC Greensboro.
Yeah, now I'm wondering, obviously, it looks like Keen are opting to buy down here, give themselves as close to a true gun round as possible. But is there ever the question of, do we just try and half buy here to give us a full gun round on, assuming we lose it on 11, or is that just playing for the loss in a way?
I believe you go full gun round on 11 versus doing the force, just for the sheer fact that it becomes that much more difficult. Each round just adds that additional modium of pressure, right? Like, it could be milligrams at a time, but at some point the straw still breaks the camel's back, right? And it just comes down to that point where it's better to have 6 to 10 and then 6 to 11 if you lose the gun round than what you're looking at right now. The jump spot going to be there, and Ninja just kind of in no man's land is somehow able to get away in mid. I like what I'm seeing, a little bit of default, a little bit of tempered aggression, but Ironic, and of course, I mean, it's been a great job from this UNCG Killjoy so far, as Ironic is going to be able to find Kenny with a Bulldog, and it's just damage done on top of damage done right now.
I think that was one of the rifles now also off the table from Keen. Still going to be a little weak on that buy, as Hoshi hears a bunch of players running, but does have that showstopper if we see any sort of rush shenanigans. So scared for Keen sitting on the other side of Garage, as the knife gets dropped, doesn't spot Hoshi sitting behind this main pillar. Now here comes the commit. All 4 members are here. The showstopper's out, and it's 2 up, and the teleport down will answer back. But GS9 only 5 HP. Sure, he gets the flash, but Ironic gets the kill, and we see 11 up, and KU's econ is in shambles.
Yeah, you forced, you lost, and good luck. You're gonna have a timeout. You're playing for 12 now, and that's why I don't really like the force, right? You can play for 11, but you can go into the round with full guns, full util, feel a little bit confident, get a game plan, call that timeout beforehand, and just get everything prepped up, try to get everything ready to go. Now they're calling a timeout. They're essentially on a scuffed buy once again. You have to debate during this minute, are we gonna force? Are we gonna save? Are we gonna, go with a scuff by with a couple specters, maybe a stinger and a vandal out of the hands? Like, it's just, you're spending time having to debate about this now, where you could have just taken the L, played for 11, and had full util right now.
Or you carry over that one rifle. Maybe you get a couple of those stingers. You try and scrap it out with a rush up to ramp, something along those lines. Change up that tempo, because it's been so back and forth, play for mid for so much of this game, that throwing a rush in or something more aggressive could be the option they need, especially to try and enable GS9, who's just been so shut down and pretty muted this game. I think that there's just a lot of better options, as you said, going for that save, loss, play for 11 means you have a little more breathing room. Also, if you start to streak, it means one loss isn't the game, right?
Yep, that's exactly it. And we're seeing the full save coming out, right? Or no? I mean, Cizai gonna go ahead and get out. We're seeing.
I don't know about this.
This is a little scuff. I think they're playing for the Bladestorm at least. So, they're like, hey, we'll have a gun if Kenny is able to get an orb, or Kenny needs 2. So Kenny needs to find an orb and a kill and or a death. And Kenny's actually stationed to try to get this. But look at Hoshi with the awareness, and this must have been called out during the timeout as well, that they were going to be playing for the Bladestorm. They're going to be doing what they can to just kind of shut that down. There's really not enough pressure. There's not enough map control here. You got up ramp. She got nothing for it. And Kenny just kind of doing a lurk thing here. Is just about to meet his maker, to be completely honest with you.
Tries to do that, but you're never winning the duel in the classic V Vandal unless you've got some serious skills to pay the bills. Kenny close, but no cigar, as Cizai's Stinger will manage to answer on sight, but ironic from around the corner, will just mow down KU. Sure, Gemma manages to snap one back with Zap, but it's going to take quite a lot of work, some real Deagle Demon moments for this to come through, and instead just gets sprayed down and wall-banged. 12 rounds up. Greensboro threatening game point, taking us to Ascent. They've got everything they could ask for, and Keen are struggling for an answer.
And you fight for B. You fight for B orb here, right? You have to get Kenny Bladestorm. You have to give him something to keep going. And you have a Spectre, a Stinger, a Sheriff, one Vandal. It's just if we played Valorant on paper, this would be over. This would be done. This is toasted. We're going to map 3. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, I've seen crazier things happen, but right now, this kind of buy, you're not feeling too confident. And there is at least the lead out to go ahead and secure that orb for Kenny to give yourself a fighting chance.
A super quick approach right out the gate. Kenny just gets shut down immediately, and Hoshi sprays them all down. It was an attempted run out, but it was too little, too late. Sure, GS9 gets one with the shorty, but the round and the game goes over to Greensboro.
It's that economic decision just kind of puzzles me a bit. That's it. I mean, like we said, split is typically very streaky, and apparently it was all on Greensboro's side that time, for the most part. It just seemed like, Keen was able to break rhythm here and there, but not really able to get anything established on offense or really on defense without being able to have any mid presence to really shut anything down. We didn't see really any adjustments on defense either. We saw KJ on B every single time. I didn't see the dynamics that we saw out of them on Lotus, and that's why this is going to map number 3.
Yeah, I completely agree. The fact that we saw so much dynamism and them willing to change things up and take aggressive angles on Lotus, but just weren't willing to do it here on Split. And of course, Greensboro feeling very comfortable on that map as well. It showed with that 13-5 scoreline. Now we're going to the even of all even maps, Ascent for our decider. It's what you expect in collegiate, right? You can't have a series without Ascent. So we'll be heading over there right after a quick break for the decider between Keen and Greensboro.
And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. Tore my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me at anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last. Lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it on to some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams. Played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up and coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournament? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant,
Welcome back as we go to the even of all even maps, Ascent for our decider. Oh man, this has been a great series between Keen and Greensboro. We got to see Lotus to start things off. Greensboro comfortable on split. Now we ended off on Ascent.
Ascent is the closest thing to checkers we have. Like I said, it's pretty much a solved map. We're going to see, if we don't see mirror comps, I'll be extremely surprised. You're going to see your KJ Jet combo. It's the classic now that Chamber is out of the meta, of course. You're probably going to see an Omen here just because Paranoia is extremely strong on retake. I like some people when they flex Breach, but you have to place over here just to be able to get that intel just because those sight lines are so long. So it's kind of one of those maps that hasn't been solved, but definitely has an optimal composition to be able to run. And it's really just going to be down to the aim duels and how teams are able to play together. We saw, of course, Keen coming out very strong, trading out, really good utility usage in game number 1. Wasn't able to replicate that on Split. So I'm very interested to see how a map that has been in rotation literally since Valorant started in Ascent is going to play out.
Exactly. I'm thinking the same things where Keen, they showed so much strength doing those trades for Lotus, and Split, it felt like they just weren't sure what to do. I think there's a question of if their composition just might not have been quite the right approach, but as you brought up, we're expecting there to be that like core 4 of the Sova, the KJ, the Jet, probably the Omen as well for your controller. And then you've got a little wiggle room for your 5th, but you're probably going to see that Sage or something along those lines. You can opt for a second duelist if you really want to, as we've seen Keen likes to do, but it's very, very risky if you don't get all of that information you might get by going the Sova KO combo.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw them be successful on Lotus, right? And they were successful on Phoenix. They were flashing aggressively. They were able to find picks. Maybe that's what they're going for right now. Seeing a Brimstone again on CZI is a little bit of a surprise as well, but we have an Astra on the other side, so anything can happen. Ever since the Omen buff happened, where he can buy Paranoia and 2 smokes and light shields on pistol round, I kind of felt like he was kind of the go-to move for Ascent, right? You get both your smokes, you get that extra health. On top of that, you get a Paranoia for either a retake or to, open up sight and assist your initiators with that opening push. And I mean, not seeing it on either side right now, a little bit surprising to me, but the rest are kind of the same. Substituting Fade for Sova, not really a big deal to me at all either. That's kind of a if and statement, right? It can be either or. It's not a big deal. But I do think that Sova definitely has a little bit more utility on this map just because you can find those angles just a little bit easier. And obviously the dart can be placed in places where the haunt really can't.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Sova is so integral to Ascent, and to me, it's more for your 5th player. Are you going for that KO or the Fade sometimes where you want that extra bit of utility? You want to have that bonus supportive role, and Keen opting for that aggression, very similar composition to what we saw on Split. Of course, this time not having the double duelist, or actually, they might still have the double duelist. I have to confirm, was the Phoenix Jet for them?
Yeah,
locked in. Yeah, so they are still going for the double duelist, but still sticking to having that one initiator in the Fade. I'm really interested to see how they use this. I really like, of course, Jet, her ability to sit out in mid, take that control in Phoenix. He can rotate between A and B site, get aggressive out of the main. So it gives them some versatility there. But with Greensboro going to be the one starting on attack, they had that select for having more rounds won throughout the series. They're going to be the ones controlling the tempo from the start, and we saw how good they can be when they get rolling.
We've seen how good they can be when they get rolling, but also I want to talk about the flexibility right now for UNCG. Hoshi played Raze the first 2 maps, now switched over to Killjoy. Bush has played Chamber, Jet, and Killjoy. And now we're going to see Poningo, of course, heading back on KO, so that's not really a surprise. But ironic, on Fade last time, now on Sova. So, they're being able to switch their roles, whereas we've seen Kenny in that primary opera stance, obviously Chamber on Lotus, and then from there, going here as that 0 point gonna spot Kenny as the dash is burned to start out this round. And ironic, going to be using this drone to try to clear out mid. They're going to be able to find anything as a question, and Ninja's actually going to find Bush. So that's a good opening pick right there for KU to maybe open something up. And they know that the alarm bot is placed down on ramp. So this is going to be interesting just to kind of see as they lurk up into tree if they're going to continue to push this, because they are very aware that at least someone is there.
Oh man, Armando has already stepped so far forward. Goes for the astral form right in the middle of sight. I think it's going to be pretty safe. Doesn't peek into logs, as of course there's a KJ turret waiting, and will indicate this is going to be a B hit as DS9 throws out the curveball, and Ironic's going to be caught by the crossfire, but Armando turns around from sight and snatches 2 back at a market. So well done, and with Gemma getting shut down at a boathouse, it's 2 members left on the rotate and a numbers advantage for Greensboro.
It is important, of course, to have this haunt online. So the whole idea right now is just avoid the 0 point at all costs. You cannot have this throw out and go ahead and tag you with it, as Ninja just going to spam through that door, try to find one. Found a little chip damage on the turret, but the turret is going to spot, and there is some good swings once again. Flash not going to find anything, as Ninja is just fighting a war right now, and Kenny really isn't able to support except for wallbang. So I feel like in a 3v2, you either have to play together or you have to isolate ones. They're not really being effective at doing either right now, as there is the Haunt coming out, not able to get any value out of that, and Armando is just like, hey, I'm going to rat in my smoke, be able to find a third after I opened up site entirely basically solo, and it is a lead starting off for UNCG once again.
And it's all Armando, right?
Yeah.
Is willing to just walk up into site, just dry peek through, realizing that there's a lot of pressure mid, so there shouldn't be anyone holding site aggressively. Uses the astral form as well in such a ballsy position. And then the swing out was so massive, just completely decimates the setup Keen wanted. And sure, Gemma was still sitting back, but there's nothing you can really do, as Tether used is going to be enough to find Bush, and that little in and out will be huge for KU trying to start this round.
I mean, you got a gun off of somebody. I mean, it's a start. Obviously, it's tough sledding ahead on the eco round versus the anti-eco, as Armando's just going to find one spraying through the smoke, and we have the frenzy in hand right now for Kenny. Do they get checked? They don't, but Hoshi's able to get the flick back to it, as Sans just trying to do everything they can right now. Right clicks coming in, and that is the precise gunplay you love to see out of Valorant. Hoshi with the full-on running gun in. Oh, Cizai, I'm sorry for your loss. That is a triple swing right in the face, and Hoshi's looking for more right now. Still has all of their shield, all of their health, and they're going to be able to drop it down. And that's a solid anti-eco. Of course, the C's combo at the very start was a good start. Unfortunately, not able to collapse that into any momentum. And now Kenny, after buying that frenzy, has to offer light shields right here against Spectres, which in my opinion is a little bit dangerous at times, because Spectre is really known for getting that decent chip damage in just for those shoulder peaks.
It's so scary, because now you're really at risk of getting headshot, and then, you know, one hit to the chest, one hit to the legs, and you're down. Whereas you have a little bit more room to work with, a little more time to try and make something work. Is Sans getting caught by that knife, and it's going to be a good bit of early info at the very least, knowing there's some aggression towards a site, and this is just going to be side of Greensboro trying to play out of mid, and there's no one here for Keen to contest it. Bush, with just the Sheriff pushing up forward, wants to get that one-tap headshot, is on the other side. Ninja manages to spot on the spike, and it is that one tap for Bush. Will be able to pick up a gun, but the rest of the team is falling in the meantime, as all of Keen are starting to collapse around this spike, with Hoshi all alone here in tree. Gemma just needs to find the timing, grabs it well, and a very clean bonus up for Keen.
Yeah, it's a great rifle round there against, of course, the more eco-focused Spectres, but it's going to be our first full gun round minus Cizai, who's going to be looking at light shields and a classic, so they could potentially buy more of course, their utility, which is extremely important as a lone smoker on the map. I mean, you could theoretically have Phoenix buy them, but is that really a proposition you already want to start off at? And it's going to be, they're just baiting me at this point. Yeah, they are bought. So Ninja's actually going to be able to buy Cizai. He's going to be able to grab full shields, and they're going to go for it all the way. We're going to have our first real gun round of the match right here. And Kenny being aggressive over here by Tree. And Ninja with the swing out from mid does not care about any kind of pressure because it's smoked. It's a beautiful execute right there in between the members of Keen to pick off one to start off this round.
This is more of the Keen that we saw on Lotus, where they're willing to play together. Get these little in and out moments with their utility. Is Armando going to get traded out by Cizai? Still the numbers advantage for Keen. But they're getting back to form. They look a lot more comfortable here on Ascent than they did on Split.
And it's always so weird to me seeing that, because essentially Split is just a smaller Ascent, right? Like the maps are very similar when it comes down to it. Little less gimmicks, of course, with just the doors. Is Hoshi actually going to open up? Why are we seeing entrances by controllers and sentinels instead of trying to use your duelist to go ahead and get on site? It's just one of those things that's confusing me just a little bit. We see the duelist going main, getting picked off. Why don't you use that utility, share some, and have your duelist center for you? You might get on site a little bit easier.
Very true. you play the KJ like a duelist, peek with your turret, treat it like a fake flash. There's so many ways in. Is now GS9, he's going to use that flash to step on in. They're ignoring the turret, they're finding the shots, and it's a clean retake for all 3 members of Keen, as Gemma will pick up that defuse.
And I mean, Gemma is obviously the person who needs to go to for the sheer fact that, hey, that lockdown, it's now 8 points, not 7 points. So you have to be sure to feed it. It's not as easily attainable. Obviously, with the chamber nerfs, it's a little bit easier to get on site at times. So I think it's very vital to go ahead. And I think what they did was good for the balance of the game, at least, because we were seeing KJ kind of used and abused just about everywhere in Pro Valorant. And in college Valorant, as soon as chamber got nerfed, KJ just made her strong resurgence in. We continue seeing this right now. I like that little cheeky turret spot as well, but it's going to be the eco coming out. Couple rifles, couple specters, and a bulldog for Ironic, who has done a lot of damage with it. And it's looking like they're going to run down B. All right, and there's the null command as well. The Sovidart going to be able to tag 1 with that recon bolt. Very beautiful right there. And Ninja is isolated on backside already. Luckily, somebody playing in Boathouse with them, but it's them versus 4. And this is just tough sledding ahead, honestly.
Didn't realize there was an extra push from Bush. And that means numbers advantage right now for UNC. They opted for the Force, the riskier option, all things considered, and it's working out for them off the back of that null command. Is Gemma gonna have to be the one out of market to try and start this retake. Hoshi already posted up on the side, but with Cizai able to grab Bush, brings us back to even footing, and Ponguino gonna send it right back to an advantage for the Spartans as he shoots down Gemma. They're just waiting in this moment. That's going to be the orbital strike. Use clear a little space on site. Now Ponguino taken down, but Hoshi out of the smoke brings this force back for UNC.
I wish we could have seen if the incendiary was still live, because if that incendiary was live and you don't pop it into that smoke just to try to get somebody off that angle, if you're going to commit the ult, you're going to do that. You're going to rush down and try to take that 2v2. You have to isolate somebody in that smoke. You have to figure that somebody's going to be off site. And so just kind of comes down to being one of those things. I don't know if Cizai had it. I wasn't able to spot it beforehand, but I would like to see that happen. Of course, it's going to be Bush on no Bladestorm. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Bush is going to be on the Bladestorm here for UNCG. A little bit light on cash, doesn't seem to matter. So it's going to be another force round because they did lose a little bit of econ there. So it's going to be interesting to see as the incendiary gets popped right at the beginning of the round to cut off B. And of course, mid presence, this is Ascent. Nobody expects anything less.
And this is such a crucial round as both teams are having to force a little bit here and there, and both teams fully bought down with how back and forth these last couple have been. No one's been able to build a bank, and now there's the Knight, and there's Gemma bringing down 3 as she shoots out a tree. A huge stop for UNCG's momentum.
How does she find 3 there through a smoke and nobody is able to trade it out? That is wild, as Armando is going to go ahead and smoke off mid here and just try to get them something. Going to use a little pop smoke there. Very similar to a pop flash, trying to catch somebody who might be lurking. You think it's all the way down. But Cizai is going to go ahead and find Ponguino, and it's going to be Armando in a 1v4. Do have, of course, the Cosmic Divide to use. Don't think it'll be committed here. Nobody's on that backside. They're kind of just waiting for the plant to go down, I assume, and see if they can get any value afterwards. But Armando's actually going to be lurking up, still trying to use most of that timer. But here's Ninja gonna find the dome of Armando, and it's going to be tied up at 3-3, and the economy starting to swing back into the favor of Keen.
And the fact they were able to keep 4 alive, meaning only Kenny has to buy back down, and UNCG have a bit of a decision on their hands. They can try to do a hero buy and have some stingers around it, or just go for that more proper half buy, a couple stingers, bulldog, maybe a marshal to go along with it, put themselves in a good spot to have an answer and do a little damage here.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with doing a little damage, but at the end of the day, when your team, you just buy what you can, make sure you can buy next. We go next for sure, as Kenny able to find a wallbang headshot onto Hoshi there, who is just immediately like, haha, no, trade me guns. Yeah, I'll take the marshal. Almost going with the time olden CS rule, of course, of if somebody has an off, you give it to them at low HP. The wallbang spam, not going to really find much there, as Bush starting to try to entry. I do like seeing Bush starting to get aggressive on the initial for UNCG. Obviously, try to peek with your duelist as much as you can, but this is where Gemma got 3 last time, and they are going to smoke her down and be like, nope, it's not happening again.
Fear the Killjoy right? So lethal from that position last round, and they're going for the same multi-member push out. And now there's the nades instead. Kenny also able to get their counterpart in Bush to start things off. KO Molly dropped, but off the backside, GS9 gets 2. Kenny gets 1 more. A pair for both of them, and Kenny with the 3K to round things out. Once again, 4 staying alive for Keen.
The economy's just going to keep building. I have to wonder when the operator's going to come out. Kenny, toss the gun to somebody. Get yourself an op, man. I don't know if you play operating jet, but it's something that I would like to see just because it opens up so much dynamic space on Ascent. When they know that they have to challenge the operator, it makes it that much more difficult to go ahead and try to attack. Understand, still kind of sitting on a Blade Storm. Might not want to invest all of that money into it. Ninja now actually down to $400. Nobody's opting to buy them because I believe Kenny just will next round and keep the Blade Storm. But I mean, balance decon, balance schmeecon apparently, as this is going to be a full-on rush towards the A site. Kenny's going to need help. The attacker Killjoy, I'm sorry, the lockdown is used as well. That's going to be popped down. We're going to see the Sova Dart, maybe not the drone. The Cosmic Divide going to go down as well to cover backside, and this is going to be a full-on rush. No players detained, 5v5 retake situation. Great way to get onto site, but now it's how can they hold it versus this KU team.
And Keen have done such a good job of systematically closing in their opponents. They know where they have to be playing from. As a series of early trades means that we're gonna have a 4v4, and Gemma with the lineup for Wine, I want to say. Try and get this one going is Ironic. Able to get rid of that duelist in Kenny. Quick response by Gemma, but Bush removing Cizai. We're still somehow even, and now KU have taken the lead. It's just Armando sitting all the way back here, and there's 2 members watching the spike. Gravity well used for a moment. Has to try and get the spray, and Ninja, the IGL, will snatch that round back for Keen as another gun round going over, and UNCG having to save once again.
Yeah, they're stuck in the cycle of sin and deliverance. They're like the Israelites wandering in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights. And you save, then you buy, then you save, then you buy. And we finally get to see the operator add a Kenny. I'm excited to see what angle he's going to play off the rip. Somebody who loves Jet personally and loves ego peeking just about everything under the sun. I feel you, Kenny. I feel you.
I'm really excited for it. And also, a lot of, I think, Keen's weaknesses so far in this half and the few rounds they have lost was for not contesting mid very much. And now, with that operator, they're going to have complete control, at least off of Catwalk, and immediately smoked out. Oh, just get the timing. Doesn't trust it quite yet, so... And he doesn't want to give away that position where they're sitting quite yet. Give away that the op has been picked up, so good patience out of all of Keen, conceding this space very well to Greensboro's tactical take. Ninja, I think, is sprayed down already on their rifle, and this is actually going to hand one back over with Ironic able to snatch up one, and Kenny finally revealing there's an operator on the map. 3v4, decent guns up, but not if you run right into the crosshair of GS9. Sens doing so much work, and it's just Ironic who picked the first frag of this round, and now may be the last. He's going to peek out of the smoke and runs into the shorty of Cizai.
Oh, man. Is it BM to buy a shorty as a backup? I gotta ask sometimes, man. Like, I understand buying it for the operator in case you get in those close quarters fights, but you have a Vandal. Like, just use the Vandal. You're giving yourself inherent, just huge spread energy right there to be able to take care of that. Ninja's gonna be Odining now, so as many people know, the walls in Valorant are made out of paper mache. It's gonna be that much more difficult just to try to get on this B site, just because you're gonna be trying to eat 100 bullets at a time, and having those light shields on Hoshi, who has been kind of the impact frag so far, they get caught out by something along these lines. It's going to be very difficult to see what happens in the futures to get marked right there. And I think that might be intentional as they really try to push up mid and gain that pressure once again.
No one pushing up B, recognizing there's the potential for this Odin, but also just that they're not quite ready to commit. But Kenny taking that aggressive angle, using the Odin fire to their advantage, and Bush and Ninja each getting a kill for themselves. As it does look like Ninja wants to drop the ultimate, but not sure if it's quite needed for the market retake yet. Gonna drop the Prowler instead for some initial information. Sees there's no one playing close, and we reset for a moment.
And it's going to come down to Hoshi versus, just the kind of general thing that we've seen so far. You're going to have to clear out tree. They're not going to do it. They're going to go ahead and wrap around site. You see the nano swarms coming out. Hoshi has a great swing right there on Sands, able to take one out. Here's Hoshi taking care of Heaven as well as Gemma in the spot that she's kind of been known for so far. But at the end of the day, Nightfall is going to reveal at least to know it gets everybody on site. Here comes everything under the sun, but Hoshi able to find one. Kenny, are you kidding me? Able to take out Hoshi with that? There's one on generator. Kenny, not exactly sure where everything is, and now Ponguino can hear again. The Nightfall finally dropping. Dash might be gone. The right click misses. Able to get away. Has an opportunity here. Oh, the classic from Kenny pulls it out. It's 7-3 right now in favor of Keen. And I don't want to get too excited. Don't want to get too excited just yet. This is a defensive sided map. It has been known to be that way for quite a while. But UNCG, with the way their economy is looking, potentially going into at least an 8-4 half is not where you wanted to start this off.
And taking a timeout now, it's maybe a little late for how this half has already swung firmly into Keen's favor. But that last fight, I mean, come on, Kenny. Like, what was that madness? I was expecting the quick scope. Instead, pulls out the classic, realizes I can get 2 headshots, no problem. Snatches them back. And what a clutch up from the duelist from Keen.
Yeah, there's literally nothing more to say about that. To trust yourself enough to know that they have a Vandal, you have an operator that you could potentially give them to open up those same mid sight lines that you've been dominating so far. You pull out a classic, you get the kill. For me personally, that just exudes confidence. And Kenny so far obviously had a banger map 1. Not on the top of the leaderboard here, but they're making impact for sure. We've seen a lot out of Gemma, and you look at the deaths between Gemma and Kenny as well. I think is the big difference right here as well. Jet's only died 5 times. Gemma's only died 4. So essentially you're going to have to run into one of them at some point if you're trying to close out a round. Right now, they just got the ice.
Just pure, cold, calm, controlled play out of Keen. A complete 180 from just what felt to be a little confused squad on split. Now they are coming into their element. Oh man, the fact that gravity well didn't catch GS9 is a really big deal, that you can just sit posted here and whine. And with the rest of the team still sitting up on this primary main point, it's a scary spot. But Pinguino already up cat, and this time Gemma's not sitting up tree. There's no extra space, but Ninja gonna do Odin things, spray down 2, and while sure, Armando comes around the backside, actually making this a bit interesting, as it looked like it would just be a one and done, but there's no immediate response, and now on to Gemma, that 5 HP working wonders, and Kenny barely able to find that one back as the quick rotate in this 2v2 straight over to B's site. It's gonna be Keen who have to respond, and UNCG using that timeout well.
Certainly are. They came up with a strat. They executed it basically to perfection. Maybe it wasn't as pretty as it would have liked, but that lurk up tree paid dividends after all of that early pressure, of course, on A main. So definitely love seeing that. Problem here is Pinguino, 5 health. You're going to have to be able to do something huge here. Get spotted. Does take out the run it back. So at least we have that going down right now. We have Kenny over here trying to deal with the flashes, trying to deal with everything else. Bush is actually going to get a pick, and now it's going to be an isolated 1v2. Kenny is doing everything they can, but they have to clear out all the angles on site. You're going to have to big swing this right here. Gets 1. Can you find the second? You still have to defuse. You have to play the angle. You have to rush it down. Jet on jet, and Bush is going to take the win. And just like that, it was looking like it was going to be calamity, and they had the chance to bring it back within 1 in this last round.
So very close at that last second, and this will be a true gun round, or close to a true gun round for both teams. We mentioned it throughout the entire half that UNCG, they've just been pinballing back and forth between save, buy, and then getting reset in round number 5, meaning that they could just never quite get it together. And now this final round, a little scrappy with a couple Bulldogs picked up, as opposed to KU having just about everything they could ask for, just light shields on one member to try and decide this half. KU definitely want that 8-4 scoreline. Hunter's Fury used to just force out this mid pressure and prevent it, but still, all 5 members sitting B for UNCG in early Blade Storm Knives, not finding anything.
Also, lockdown was committed on B site, and immediately the orbital strike was used to get rid of that. It was just a nope scenario. That is the Cosmic Divide coming out, but unfortunately Ninja can't be able to find both. They're going to try to get on site here, and I think it's going to be a 4v5 retake here for the most part. There are no ults on the side of Keen. This might be a 7-5 half. It definitely has the makings of it. It just all depends, of course, on this Cosmic Divide falling and how this retake can go once this is done. The Nano Swarm's coming out, just trying to delay that pressure just a little bit more, trying to buy those sight lines. And look at this position for GS9 right now. Already on this side of the box, very dangerous. Might get peeked if they peek out. Yep, it's going to be double swung right off the rip, and that is a great crossfire. 3 are taken down immediately, and it's going to be all up to Cizai, who's not going to be able to get much there. Finds 1. It's a 7-5 half. Hoshi decides to shoot the operator, keep it, and it's gone.
Yeah, I thought it might have been too little too late on the timeout, but it was really well timed. UNCG grab the last 2 rounds of the half, put themselves in a pretty good spot, and I think they're going to be pretty happy only being down by 1 pretty even, especially if they can get this pistol, puts them right back in it. And for Keen, that last round, it was unfortunate Ninja just getting caught so early on, and from there, everything else just fell from the early ultimate trade.
And the worst part about that is you use the Prowler to catch an Astra in Astral form, and you still can't secure the kill on it because obviously they have somebody covering the back. So a little bit rough right there. It's looking like we're going to see some aggression here out of A main as well on both sides. As this KO flash is getting prepped, the flash drive is there. We're going to see the dash in. A lot of aggression, gets a 1-for-1 trade with it, and everybody is fighting out A main, but the stim beacon proves to make the difference. It's Brimmy with the stimmy, able to bring down 2, get those assists, and KU is going to be on site right now as Hoshi might get spotted by this alarm bot as well. And actually, alarm bot's going to be taken down, but they know Hoshi's position now. It's going to be that much more difficult. Has to reposition. The door is closed, and Ironic now coming out of heaven, seeing what they can find.
Such a good idea going for the timing with the nade lineup with the flashes, but there's just too much strength out of the stimmy from the Brimmy, Gemma, and GS9. Gonna grab the last 2. 4 stay up, and KU, they commanding start to the half.
It's a great one, but pistol rounds can be volatile, and we know that this map, it tends to be defender-sided, so I'm just excited to see what can come from this. And what I really want to see is Ironic start to get value out of the Sova. 2 and 10, obviously, you're there to initiate. You're not there to frag out, right? You're supposed to get your intel. They've done a decent job of it, but the team play hasn't been there to capitalize on when that intel is found. And until that happens, I think it's going to be more and more difficult going ahead. I hope to see Ironic start to make some moves here, because we're seeing a lot of aggression down, and they're just running it down right now. There's a judge over here. I don't think anybody really cares about it. Kenny's just going to go ahead and run this out and hope they can catch somebody in the smoke with this judge.
I like the initial idea from GS9, just runs up, says, I've got a Spectre, I'll always win the spray if we're sitting out in wine and having a nice little dinner date. So good early pressure and control of A main, but immediately given up with UNCG's very quick rotate. So Keen with a nice read on that one is the delay on the hit does give some information back over to Greensboro that this is likely going to be a B finish, and with the methodical push up B and mid certainly looking like it, as some tag damage dealt onto Ninja, the Prowler taken away, and that shot missing onto GS9. I mean, a lot of control over is another tag, but no kills picked up. Cizai gets the first on the B site, and now Kenny with this judge out long. Such a scary position, just being a little rat in the smoke, isn't ready as Bush whips the shot, but not number 2. Somehow gets it back with the no-scope Marshall. Love to see that one. Ninja around the corner. Hoshi's here, and the right-click classic. All of these unfavored duels finding their way to UNCG.
And right now, they have guns. They have an opportunity, and Hoshi can just jump peek this and go for it. There's a judge to the face, and now it's just the spray downs. The incendiary is used. There is the judge. It's going to be found. Ponguino going to be able to get one. Hoshi's going to fall. And they do have the time, however, to go ahead and run this out. Of course, the Nano Swarm's being taken off. It's just, they knife the ground to secure everything to just make sure she doesn't fall from the dead. And the Thrifty round going to go in favor of UNCG. So while the pistol is very dominated by Keen, the full buy or the force buy there, not really able to. And now Funguino looking strong with the judge, probably gonna rat out here a little bit, of course, in tree, but we're gonna see the ability to buy an operator now next round. Round 4 could be an operator round for UNCG, and that can really break this open after this save.
Yeah, that's really scary now that you're just putting it into my head. That potential is ironic. Just buys an Odin for round 3. That's an expensive pickup for this early on, but it shows how UNCG, they want to be aggressive. They're playing confident, and they don't want to let Keen get any sort of momentum, as Bush already taking the aggressive angle, and even though there were a couple players, Cat wasn't quite enough. Quick trades coming through, and now just a string of kills to Keen. One more over for Armando. Make it 2 off the Bulldog. Stays alive with 7 HP and 7 rounds for UNCG.
7 rounds and a continued buy. And we're going to see, of course, Ninja did buy up a little bit last round. They're going to be able to go ahead and do it. But look at the economy. Max at $250 right now on the side of Keen. You have to win this round. You don't have a choice, and you have to carry as many guns over as you possibly can. And if you try to answer on B initially, Ironic's going to be there spraying down that Odin, getting through these paper mache walls. It's ready to take down some people. You might be looking at a tie game. This is going to be extremely close, and I really want to see the kind of strats that are brought out right now, as Ironic doesn't use the recon dart just yet, kind of waiting on it. A couple are going to be spotted towards the A site, of course, with that 0 point, and Bush is getting extremely aggressive here. Going to be found the dash away to stay safe at least. But there is some known presence that Jet is going to be on B.
Still like this from Keen, though. They've basically seen that there's not going to be anyone sitting out of this B main position. It's probably a lot of mid or A split type of pressure. Because this little dance with the turret has left Bush just so worse for wear. Good start for Keen as they are leaning towards that A site, and 3 members posted up. Very scary spot. Now Armando even dropping that extra star for that time. The Ultorb used for that audio cue.
And you rotate out of this, right? You have to rotate out of this as, oh no, they're going to get gravity weld right there. Funguino going to be able to find 1, but that was just a run it down. Hoshi's going to spray 2 down from heaven, however, and it's going to bust this on its head. And as soon as that goes down, you have to figure that you can rotate. You know there was aggression out of B. You know you got the chip damage. The plant's going to try to come down, but this is going to be so hard. Gemma's able to get 1. Wait, they're going to swing this back. The turret goes up. It's destroyed. They know exactly where Bush is right now. The swing, the trade, and somehow, some way, Keen are literally able to grab victory out of the jaws of defeat.
Honestly, that was so scary. It felt like UNCG just had the perfect setup to prevent that from coming down, especially with Hoshi proving that Duelist is a mentality, not a role, not an agent type, right? Like, just playing this Killjoy with the force of arrays, and then the immediate response from Keen just answering back so fantastically. But as we mentioned, their economy is in such a tough spot. They have to use the Blade Storm and have 2 Bulldogs going into this round, whereas on the other side, there's an Op and 3 Vandals.
Standing ahead. Yeah, Ops are terrifying. They don't want to peek one of those. And obviously, Ironic not able to spot anybody out here initially. Of course, Vandal in hand, not going to be able to wallbang that. The Chuck Dart is going to go out. We're going to see a lot still kind of heading towards that B main and just kind of being patient, waiting for that aggression. We have seen aggression out of B main before. That Haunt is going to secure, at least knowing that nobody's going to be immediately on site to challenge these angles. As a couple of Astral Stars go out, a couple smokes get plopped down, and you're going to get the updraft peak, not going to be able to find anything. And we see 3 people, of course, around this B site, and it's looking like it's going to be a B hit, and they might just be walking into a disaster with all the utility that's there right now.
Oh, and that's such a huge suppression. It caught 3, so they know how much presence is here, and of course they don't know that Ninja has the spike, but this is a very committal position. And actually, considering how long it's been, it's actually just a rotate back. So this is an opportunity. They're going to have to run through a Nano Swarm, and it's going to deter them for only a moment. But Hoshi still finding the opening frag onto the spike carrier of Ninja. And now there's the lockdown being used as well. It doesn't quite cover all of site, so there's an option if they can make their way in. But now Kenny all alone gonna have to really pull off some Jet highlights. But now we somehow got a 2v2, but the spike is still isolated. Only 10 seconds to go. Very, very tight. Hoshi gets the kill. Spray out. Where's the kill? And Gemma from the side with barely enough time gets number 10.
Not only that, she gets the lockdown secured as well. So you can just go ahead. All right, guys, we're going A. I mean, that's it. They do have a KO, so there is a lineup where you can get enough of a pixel, of course, of the fragment to go ahead and take that down. I think that's a risk that you take. You see that this KO, however, is playing in tree, which is the exact location where this can kind of happen. I think this is going to be an easy ult plant, see what we can get here. You know they're on a save, so you don't really have to worry too much about the rattening part 2, as this is going to be obviously a lurk and an idea towards mid. They're only going to suppress 1 here as well. So the idea about A is just not going to be completely solidified yet, but the hunt committed might let them know that a few more are here currently.
Considering how far back the Ninja is with the spike, very interesting, is kind of using a little bit of jumping tech, using that Jet passive to great effect to avoid all that damage. Oh, this is so dicey. Hoshi was diving back and forth, and now Bush trying to find an angle, drops 1 knife, but this is the full wraparound it seems to be. I think they're going to fake it actually with the lockdown.
If they do, that's just absolute genius right there. Yep, they're going to fake it out. Turret's going to come out. They're going to have fight. They're going to throw the wall up here. The spray is going to come through. Nobody really cares about this. Oh, you actually find some value out of it as well. But Bush is actually going to take down the Opera Kenny, and that's going to open this up. But 2 are discovered in mid, and here you are hiding in Sabrosa, not going to be able to make it out alive of that one. And look at how free B-side is right now. The fake works to perfection. The plants is going to go down. It's a 4v3, and reminder, you are facing a save right now, so you have the gun advantage, you have the person advantage, and now it's just time to go ahead and play your angles and play smart.
Oh, that was so refreshing to see this beautiful counter stratting coming out of Keen. And when you said, oh, they've got the lockdown, they're going to go A, it seems that KU figured that UNCG would have a similar line of logic and used it for that bait. And at this point, it's just going to be a waiting game. See if Ironic can find an exit or not. Do you believe that Hoshi managed to pick up the operator? So at the very least, that's a very big carry through to the next round. But Keener's still threatening match point, and UNCG are going to have to start mounting a bit of a comeback now, as that's going to be 1 kill picked up by the operator. Hoshi going to be happy to carry that over.
Yeah, but 2 rounds remaining, and I mean, Hoshi does a good job of being able to save that one. Going to go over to Bush. Some people are going to buy up everybody else. We're going to see what we can get. And Ironic opting for the Ares. We're going for the penetration through the wall. Can't say that that's really a surprise. So we're going to have the KJ and Sova reset up back on B again. Obviously, we're going to have some operator action from Bush from whichever angle they decide to play. Right now, it's looking like it might be mid as they're kind of rotating out. And Hoshi actually going to take over mid, leaving the setup on B though. And look at this stack towards the A site once again. There is the 0 point, gonna spot out 2, I believe, maybe just 1. I don't know if it got Ninja because the Prowler didn't go down. We're gonna continue to kind of supervise. Okay, nice. But Nightfall available right now, and it's thrown. Here's the quick execute. That's a very nice haunt as well. Not able to spot anything out, but Kenny looking to take an opening fight, and that is what your duelist is supposed to do. Grab off that initiator, play the space, get yourself the site. It's going to be a plant and a 4v4 retake at this point, as Penguino gets one as well.
Still a lot of damage dealt, but with that null command dropped, it's going to be scary for a second, but 2 quickly traded out a tree. And now Ninja on site, the IGL trying to bring it back. There's only 1 remaining with Hoshi, still has that operator and is trying to make some heroics, but the swing out from 2 put Keen onto series point.
Match point.
Keen is looking like their Lotus selves again. We're going to get a timeout from Armando again, but we talked about it before. Like, be proactive with timeouts. I would love to see college teams start to get more proactive with it. And when you start to feel it slipping away a little bit, go ahead, take that breather, talk about it. Let's see what we can do. Versus right now, it's do or die. That's all you have. And you can have a strat for one round, but you don't have any leeway to kind of talk about the next rounds and the lead up and the economy lead and the things that go into actually planning out how you can actually successfully navigate a comeback. Look at the economy. Obviously, you're going to have another light rifle buy. You're going to have ironic probably buying an Ares again and Penguino, maybe a Guardian or a Bulldog.
It's so tough that you're having to even ask these questions when you're going up against match point, right? Kenny has an op. Ninja has 7K. There's the run it back is the only ultimate that Keen has available, so it's not like they're just going to be able to walk onto a site, but also UNCG only having the Great Divide, that Cosmic Divide, it's just doesn't feel like there's enough tools available for UNCG, given how confident Keen have just been throughout this attacking half. I mean, just looking at the round score, it looked scary when UNCG were able to beat the Force up on round 2. But after that, it's been all Keen once they've had rifles in their hands.
Yeah, they just believed. You somehow kind of dropped that round, and then it's just been there. And Kenny playing this ultra aggressively right now. And you can't miss that shot right there. If you're Bush, no. That is unfortunate. And there goes the I'm sorry. For some reason, I'm seeing an orbital strike. Apparently, I am blind. There is no orbital strike. It's just something red on the map. I'll blame that on some color blindness. But we're seeing somebody, and of course, wine potentially being cleared out here. Nothing going to be found in wine. That Seize is used. A Prowler burned as well. But look at this default. They can just really play their gun advantage, know exactly what they need, and that's a great haunt as well that's going to be taken down instantly. They know somebody at least is on A, and it actually happens to be a 3-stack. We might see this rotate come out once again.
So Spooky and the shoulder peak a little too wide from Hoshi. Kenny will grab that one up happily. And now that means no util on this B site to try and stop the impending charge. We're already seeing Bush try to rotate over, or at the very least contest mid a bit, but Ironic just has this Ares, and this is going to be such a tough fight for UNCG to try and bring this one back.
At this point, Ironic just needs to stay hidden and see if you can get a couple, and I don't even know if that's going to be possible. And okay, so for right now, it's the blitz onto site, and yep, there is the run it back, going to be able to be found. The flashbang's coming out. Doesn't really matter, but Armando is going to find Kenny in mid, so there's an opportunity here, albeit small, for this retake. It's going to be a 3v4, and look at this aggressive positioning right now. They're all kind of camped back just a little bit, but Ninja just playing that same exact angle. They're actually double stacked in garage. There's only 2 available. This wall is going to give a lot of cover. They see the drop. They hit the flash, not able to get the spray transfer, but they don't expect the second one there. Ninja's able to clean it up, and it is going to be Keen able to come back and get revenge for what happened to them last season.
And what a showing out of this team that struggled throughout all of the fall split, and now coming into spring, they show up, they beat Greensboro, and in pretty fun fashion, right? You got to win on Lotus, and of course on Ascent, just putting up a masterpiece when they were on attack. Super, super fun to watch. I'm super impressed with what they were able to put together, and bouncing back from that split, really just a rough showing on that map, and just looking so good on Ascent.
They looked magnificent on Ascent. They were really able to put it back together, start to trade each other out, utilize their utility to work as a team. And we didn't see that on Split. And that was the one thing that just confused me a little bit, because they looked so concise, so cohesive on Lotus. It felt like that went away. And when you have teams like that, you kind of wonder, hey, is the mental booms? Like, did something go on? You know, is there toxicity being yelled between teammates currently? And I think having that IGL that's there now, and their coach, of course, being brought on, kind of helped solve all of that out. And it was really, I mean, Knight was obviously the MVP of the match, but 18 and 13 with 5 first bloods as Fade on Ascent. That's something you don't see every day. Obviously, Kenny had 4 first bloods of their own, but when you're winning opening duels in that fashion, you tend to win rounds just because you have that man advantage. You have those trades available to you that the people with 4 don't.
Exactly. It's all about those impact frags and those impactful moments. And this time, Keen had more of them, as we're going to try and set up an interview to hear from the winner. So we're going to go to a very, very quick break, and we'll be right back.
it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life, I never miss that fact, taking big.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Ooh. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Okay, they've got to move. There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fawn, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on bind. They were 2-round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make a free and clear take on the site unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K. It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found.
TP, that must have been, he just walked through by accident.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space and the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
very high. Oh, but that nice neutral B off
beautiful
stage.
Snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
oh my god.
seconds into game.
You don't get much
number
better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. Get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away, so they know about him close. Well, the Roomba will give it away. Let's tuck the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
over. Good. All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. You owe me a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gusto.
One enemy remaining.
Ace.
Classic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny Canton.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Yurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close. Let me tell you, it's been a pleasure getting to reminisce on all these fantastic moments with you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm. Community 0.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning, or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion. Tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And, that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus?
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time those Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the 3rd month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that. It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, That's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like, there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like, we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be.
And welcome back for the final time, as I'm J Turbo, joined alongside Visionary One. And now we've got a third member. We got Cizai coming in, the Brimmy with the Stimmy. How are you feeling after that win?
Oh my god, I'm generally feel very hyped. It feels great, you know. We against like a bit of a rough second map. We came back really hard on the third map, and it was just a nice rush of adrenaline. It was good.
That rush of adrenaline, of course, is important because it kind of gives you that ability to overcome, right? And I think that's important, obviously. But I have to ask you, just because I saw it, it was the second pistol round in the Ascent map, right? Y'all are fighting out A main, like, it's literally a war zone over there. It's literally looking like a Call of Duty game. Everybody's got pistols out running around like crazy. You decide to drop the stim beacon on top of everybody. Was that the plan going in, was to make contact, stim beacon up, and just mow them down? Did you expect to meet that kind of resistance on A, or was there an overall thing that you kind of read on the team before that?
I'm trying to recollect of what really happened there, but if anything, I just stim beacon in to go with my team, to kind of like get some trades in, you know, making sure like I'm doing my part of the team, and I just did a little more than that during that round. So, but it was really intense, yes.
And you guys had just such an interesting path for this series, right? You go to Lotus to start things off, pretty unorthodox pick, and then Split was really rough. And bouncing back on Ascent, you mentioned that adrenaline, but what else does it take for your team to be able to bounce back after such a tough second map?
It's definitely thanks to like everybody's input in the team, and especially the coaches. We kind of just reassess what we're doing, assess what the enemy is doing, analyze, and figure out how exactly they're playing, just so we can bounce it off better. We're still a developing team, so if we could just adapt to what they're doing and counter that, then that's all we could do, and effectively worked, obviously.
It certainly did, and I have to go ahead and say congratulations, because you defeated a team that beat you 2-0 last year, right? So UNCG kind of took it to y'all's team last year, and able in 1 year with just the addition of some staff to get a 2-1 over the team that, I mean, honestly did some work, right? So I think that's extremely important to give you props on as well. You say you're developing, well, you're moving a little bit faster than I think anybody expected you to, and I'm proud of you for it. But other than that, obviously, you have to give you the time on the podium. You deserve it more than anyone as the victor tonight. Give your shout outs. Anybody at home, anybody watching, anybody, obviously, you're going to get shout out your team. So that's no big.
Oh my god, thank you very much. Shout out to my team, obviously the coach, my family, my dad, and my girlfriend who's watching right now. Happy Valentine's Day to y'all, and honestly, just have a great night. Enjoy your rest of your week.
Oh, that's so sweet to hear. You got the family support, the girlfriend buff, everything you could ask for. Cesai, thank you so much for coming out, giving us a little bit of your time, and for putting together just such a great win for your team.
Thank you so much for your time as well. I appreciate it.
And for all y'all at home, that's it. We went to all 3 maps, and we were here to bring alongside y'all. Visionary, this was an absolute blast. So much fun to be getting this action from the ECAC.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal night. Of course, I just want to reach out and say sorry to my girlfriend. Sorry that I went 3 maps, and sorry that I'm casting on Valentine's Day. That's on me. I kind of forgot what day the 14th was, and I'm going to take full responsibility for that. But for everybody else, of course, I hope y'all have a wonderful day. It's been a pleasure casting with you, J Turbo, getting to hang out with you for these 3 maps. It was definitely a banger. Obviously, tomorrow we're going to be bringing Rocket League in, I believe, as well as Overwatch. So you're going to want to stay tuned, of course, to more Esports U. ECAC has been massive in supporting this growth of colleges just like KU, who you saw win today. So be sure to stick around. We appreciate each and every one of you for hanging out with us, and we hope you have a wonderful night.
Don't like anybody else but the players they recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason. But what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%.
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost. And you're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities. I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body at a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that. And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that, and then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say, for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time.
Mm-hmm.
We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this, because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question,